Hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where, as always, we learn through the misfortunes of others. I am your host, Uncivil Law, and we are here with the continuing coverage of the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. And there is a incredibly major update that has occurred in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial, something we did not see coming. Clock and Seal have exchanged positions. Seal is now on the right and Clock is now on the left. What does this mean for their relationship? What does this mean for their relationship? Is Clock moving towards Chandelier and moving away from Seal? Is Seal becoming more distant and alienated as a result of the interference of Chandelier? This and more stuff is happening over here at the Alex Murdaugh trial. This I don't know quite what's going on here, but maybe this is just maybe now Clock is on top. Maybe that's all that means. Maybe they're just doing a different position. I don't know, but I feel like there is more to the story than perhaps is currently being led on. I think that the change in their respective positions is not merely banal, but represents some change in their relationship that is unfolding here in the Waterboro courtroom in South Carolina. So, yeah, something is going on. Also, we have not received any updates on Chicken during the break. So maybe Chicken is actually alive. Chicken faked its own death and has come back to interfere with Clock and Seal. Chicken is a trained spy from SLED who is setting them up for a fall for whatever nefarious purpose as yet unclear. So that is what's going on. Turning to the trial proper, we have heard so far from two witnesses, two members of the sheriff's office who arrived on the scene in the immediate aftermath of the deaths that are related to this crime. And we heard from them in both direct and cross-examination. They both essentially testified that they came to the scene. They did some securing of the scene, such as they could, given that it's a 1,700-acre property in the middle of nowhere. They walked around with care, trying to avoid any evidence that might be left in the grass, but they didn't have any sort of lighting beyond flashlights, and it's in the middle of nowhere, so no street lights. So there was a lot of holes put into it by the defense in terms of the scene not being properly secured and evidence possibly being eroded, both added and lost. Tire tracks, other things. Again, it's in the middle of nowhere, so maybe a bird came and picked up a shotgun shell or a spent piece of ammo. Not exactly impossible. So all those things are what's going on here. So far the evidence against Murdaugh is not great, but hopefully it will get better. We testified that Murdaugh himself had no blood on his clothing, and he was able to answer questions lucidly, although he appeared to be upset. So maybe he was faking his being upset, or maybe he was responding to it without the hysteria that maybe you might expect, which there is an explanation to be had for that to some degree. The degree to which you buy all this, of course, is open to debate. But at least on the 911 call, he says that there had been threats against his family and his son with respect to the boating accident that his son had been involved in that led to the death of another woman, which seems very plausible. I would imagine that there was some angry, threatening words sent his way. So maybe it wasn't as much a shock, or maybe he just deals with it in a particular way, or maybe he was just in denial about the whole thing. There's a lot of potential explanations for his behavior. Of course, it also could be that he participated in the murders and was just trying to put on an act. But what we don't have is him in bloody clothes. What we don't have is a confession from him. What we don't have right now is really any forensics that are tying him to the scene. So the evidence against him so far has been, in my view, minimally helpful to the state. Does it escalate the probability that he's the murderer? I suppose. Does it escalate it beyond a reasonable doubt? Not even fucking close. That's my assessment right now. Not even goddamn close. But hopefully things will change and improve. Yeah. Of course, even if he did not commit these murders, either in fact or as a determination from a jury, he is still facing 106 other counts in, I think, 16 separate indictments, although it's hard to keep track of such things because there's so many, with relation to financial frauds, that it seems the evidence against him is much better. So I would imagine that even if he's not convicted of these murders, he's 57. I would imagine that he's going to prison for the rest of his life by the time we're done. But that's where we're at right now. I've also enjoyed the defense lawyer. I don't know that I really quite like his style exactly, but I do like the defense lawyers poking at holes. Like, the idea is right. The execution is not quite what I would do, right? So I'd probably take his questions and rephrase them or present them in a different way or something. It's just, I don't know. It's a little off for me. It's a personality thing, right? It's just not quite ideal. So at this point, maybe it's, giving like very small directorial notes. It's like, instead of doing it this way, could you do it this way? Because it's just, I don't know, something about it's a little bit off. And also, we've also seen the prosecutor miss at least a one step where he seemed to get overly frustrated at the defense lawyer poking holes in his argument and came back with a lot of really sharp questions, but he came back with them in such rapid succession that he was stepping on his own material. He didn't allow things to sit. He didn't allow the question and answer to sit so the jury could answer. It was just bam, 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 bam. And so I both sides have, there's room to critique, is basically what we're saying. There's room to critique, right? But both sides have been also very excellent in their own way, right? Both sides are very, very competent lawyers. So I don't want this to be mistaken in terms of what I'm saying. I didn't really like the defense's opening. I found it to be unorganized, scattershot, and stuff like that, especially for the length of time that you had to prep. It felt a little underdone. But that was just my personal assessment. Although there at least was some minor disagreement with that assessment. Some people really like the defense's stuff. And of course, you always have to take into account the temperaments of the jury and the locality. Although the defense lawyer's from Columbia, which is like a whole hour away. So it might as well be in a different country. So who knows if he knows how to play to this audience or not, right? Between the prosecutor and the defense lawyer, the prosecutor is from this county, the Colbert County. The prosecutor or defense lawyer is from Richmond County, that far away place with the big city folk. So maybe he doesn't know the jury as well as his counterpart. But we'll see how it all goes on with all that. I want to thank you for the 300 of you who are currently here. By the way, thank you for joining me. We appreciate every single one of you are here as always. As before, if I could kindly direct your attention to the pinned comment and kindly ask you to please hit it and then hit the retweet button on the Twitters so it will be retweeted. It helps to bring attention to the channel. And thank you to the 26 of you who have so far done exactly that. Appreciated. Thank you, Iris in North Texas for gifting 10 gift memberships. That is really awesome. So, yeah, we will see how things progress. We will see how things progress. But so far, this also incidentally is why you don't want to talk to the police, by the way, in case we need another lesson about not talking to the police. Alex Murdaugh didn't talk to the police. So the state's case kind of sucks. Alex Murdaugh ain't no fool. He didn't confess. So that helps a lot. Defense could have questioned the cop better. Don't diss the cop, but rather diss the entire evidentiary procedure. Yeah, I thought it was fine. The YouTube algorithm is sus. I had to look for you manually. Yeah, I seem to be getting disrespected by the algorithm. I'm not sure what that's all about, to be quite honest. But that's one of the reasons I ask you guys to retweet the Twitters. It's one of the reasons I ask you guys to hit the like button and so forth and so on, so that it will help to overcome all that. It's all I know what to do. The trial is supposed to last until February 10th, is my understanding of the current schedule. So that is 2 weeks from this Friday, which sounds about right for a murder trial. Murder trials, of course, can be a lot shorter than that, but 2 weeks doesn't sound obscenely incorrect. More hashtags? Maybe. What additional hashtags do you think I should use? I'm all about more hashtags. What hashtags would be good, do you think? Colton County. I think I said Culvert County before, by the way. But yeah. Trial? Okay, we'll add trial to there. That's fine. Trial is already a hashtag. Unseal? Chicken scandal? I don't think that's where live trial. Okay, let's take a look at live trial. Live trials, that's not bad. How about single word live trial? I'll add live trials. Why not? Sounds good. Lawyer reacts. That's a good one. I'll add that. Lawyer reacts. Okay, that works. Live streaming. Live stream. Uh-oh. Now Chandelier is back, and once Chandelier comes back, Seal and Clock resume their original positions. I think Seal and Clock were having some sort of torrid relationship, and the moment that Chandelier comes back and observes, they try to go back to their original positions like nothing ever happened. I am now very suspicious of Clock and Seal. It's like once Chandelier's back, oh no, everyone back to their positions, pretend everything's normal. But maybe not so. Maybe all is not normal. They don't want to be exposed by Chandelier. Murdaugh trial, law, legal commentary. Okay, let's try. Murdaugh's already in there, but we could add Murdaugh trial as a single word, I suppose. The tags. Okay. Law, legal commentary. Very good. Clock and seal exposed. I think they're talking about ending things with Chandelier plotting. Could be. Could be. Something is up. Maybe Chandelier just likes to watch. So you think that Seal and Clock are have an OnlyFans, and Chandelier is a patron and asking them to change positions for his own voyeuristic entertainment? Also, we should totally open up an OnlyFans for Seal and Clock. That sounds kick-ass. I think Seal is saying to Clock, "You've changed." Eh? You get it? You get it? Yeah? Oh, man. Wow. I know it's a little bit unhumble and a little gauche, but I'm going to give myself a backpack for that joke. That one, I feel like I can stand up and take a bow for, because that one was good. Oh man, we entertain ourselves easily over here on Uncivil Law. I made you snort pizza, says Abby. Teresa said, "I'm at the doctor's office laughing." That's shit. That's funny as shit.
Conversation with Mr. Harpootlian, and as you're aware, one of the areas of, that the state intends to go into at some point, subject to Your Honor's ruling, would be the events of what we call the side of the road, and that was the Salkehatchie Road events in September of 2021. We, of course, have talked with the defense and don't plan to go into that, as we've discussed with Your Honor, until they've had a chance to make whatever motions Your Honor has had a chance to rule. There may be SLED witnesses or other witnesses as we go forward that not only participated in the murder investigation but also the side of the road investigation. And in discussion with Mr. Harpootlian, he's agreed that we can call those witnesses to discuss only the murder, with the ability, with Your Honor's permission, to recall them later for the side of the road, in as much as Your Honor rules any of that relevant and admissible. And I just wanted to put that agreement on the record, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian?
That's our agreement. I mean, Your Honor, only one further caveat. If he would make it clear when he calls the witness, so that I don't inadvertently stumble into an area we don't want to, just if he just designate if you just say for limited purposes, that'll keep me to stay away from asking questions that might result in me opening the door into the other area.
That sounds like a you problem, to be quite honest.
Instructed what the subject matter is for that examination prior to it.
That seems like a you problem.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You may bring the jury.
Could you tell me it's for limited purposes, even though we already have an agreement, so I don't open the door like a complete jackass? That sounds a little bit like a you problem, to be quite honest. Harpootlian is defense. Oh, man. What's the prosecutor's name? I'd have to look it up, to be honest. Anyone happen to know off the top of their head, so I don't have to look it up? Bueller. Reagan Waters. Okay.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Tanish Bryson Smith.
Tanish Bryson Smith. What a great name. Hampton County Dispatch. Let's put her in the
Come up here,
title.
please.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
And my opinions of defense versus state changed this morning? Not particularly.
First name Tanish, last name Bryson Smith, Bryson hyphen SMITH.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bryson Smith.
Oh,
Yeah.
apologies. This is state direct,
Could
not
you tell
redirect.
the jury where you work?
Hampton County E911,
And how long have you worked for Hampton County E911?
17 years.
And what is E911?
Emergency Services Dispatch Center.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I am in the director position, just stated in December. I am over the management of day-to-day operations of the 911 Dispatch Center for Hampton County, including budgeting, payroll, like I said, day-to-day operations, and record keeping, recordings, etc.
Does the Hampton County 911 keep records in the normal course of business?
We do.
And what kind of recordings are these?
We have audio recordings from 911 phone calls, administrative line phone calls.
We
as well
recorded
as
on a
radio
wax
recordings
cylinder.
From our radios from the field.
Are all 911 calls recorded?
They are.
And how are these calls stored?
They're stored on our Nextlog.
We have a
data
hamster
recording
named
systems.
Gary who,
How long are
who
they
live
stored for?
transcribes what he
long as-
hears on the calls.
And who has access to those records?
I do.
Does anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you access the records?
There is a database in my office that I have to log into to access any recordings that is requested.
All right. Sometimes do calls from another county, such as Colleton County, come into Hampton County?
They do.
And why does that happen?
Cell phones pick up on the nearest PSAP based upon the location of that cell phone at the time of call. PSAP meaning Public Safety Answering System.
Okay. And why does it pick up on that, on the location, and send it to Hampton as opposed to Colleton?
Due to the geographical location of a phone call or a phone when that call is made, that cell phone picks up at that tower, and the tower, wherever the nearest PSAP is where that cell phone will be routed to.
And what do you do when you in Hampton County receive a call from Colleton that's supposed to be going to Colleton County?
We transfer that call out to Colleton County.
Okay. All right. Back on June 7th of
where to put this thing.
2021, did you receive a call from Alex Murdaugh?
We did.
Where do I put the seal? For my
And that
damn
call
logo?
came into Hampton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did happen to that call when it came in?
There's nowhere else
Once
to
it was
put
determined that the call
Yeah,
was
you could
located,
just
the location
say
of the
where it
emergency
is.
was Colleton County, we transferred that call out to Colleton County.
And you determined the Colleton County location how?
Based upon the numerics and the address that was given, once we plug that information into our system, it populates in Colleton County.
Well, the record reflect, I'm showing the witness takes, what's marked as takes Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 9 is admitted without objection.
States Exhibit 9 is a disc. Can you tell us what is on that disc?
The initial 911 call that came in on the night in question.
And how do you know that call is on that disc?
I was able to listen to it, and I dated it and initialed on the 23rd of January.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Already been admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to stand up immediately. My wife and child, Mr. Duck Sadly.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Islandton?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Islandton?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Stay on the line with me,
Please
okay?
hurry.
Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Collinson, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line, caller from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdaugh, go ahead and call the Collinson.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels. I can tell that.
And did
I
you
can
see
tell that he's
anyone?
shot in the head, and he's shot really bad. He's shot really bad.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
By the defense. Cross-examination.
Thank you for your indulgence. Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. So explain to me how this works. A call came into you in what county?
Hampton County.
Hampton County.
Correct.
And how, when you dial 911, how does it determine what county to send it to?
When you dial 911, the cell phone company picks up that it's a 911 call being placed. They hit the nearest cell phone tower, and based upon the location of that cell phone tower, is routed to the nearest PSAP, or public safety answering system.
Okay, so the nearest cell phone tower to Moselle would
Was
be?
Walterboro Highway Tower.
Okay, okay. And you're from Hampton?
I am.
That's not you on the phone, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know the Murdaughs, or do you know Alex Murdaugh and his family?
Not too much, yes. I mean, a little bit, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Thank you.
So she's just there as the custodian of records to authenticate the record.
I call your next witness.
That's why she's basically there, in case people are wondering.
Callings?
Stalling, County Dispatch. Presumably the woman that's actually on the call.
Shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Take a seat. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Hi, Captain Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Cullinan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
I have approximately 15 years with the Sheriff's Office.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office?
I am the Administrative Services Captain. I oversee the 911 Center. I'm over our Civil Process Division, Court Security, our School Resource Officers, our Sex Offender Registry Division, training, supply, and the hiring process, and records.
You have quite a lot of duties there.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your duties, do you keep records of 911 calls?
We do.
Can you explain to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes into Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am. So when a call comes into Colleton County, it hits our recorder system. As soon as the call connects to the recorder and starts ringing, our recorder automatically starts recording automatically. It starts recording before we even answer the phone.
And is a recording of all 911 calls that come into Colleton County Center kept?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And how are those records kept?
They're kept on our server that is the Carolina recording software system that we use.
Who has access to those records?
Myself and one other employee.
Is it normal for y'all to have calls routed from Hampton County to Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why does that happen?
Depending on the location of the call within the county, we border several counties. Depending on if it's a cell phone that is calling 911, depending on the closest available cell tower, it will hit that tower. Wherever that tower is located, it routes to that PSAP.
All right. On June 7th of 2021, did Colleton County receive a transferred 911 call from Hampton County?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what time did that call come in?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
That call came in at 22:07:09, which is 10:07:09 p.m.
And the notes you're referencing up there, is that some kind of report that's generated when the call comes in, or what are you looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is a report that's generated through our recorder software.
Okay. So you received a call from 10:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that call from?
Hampton County.
Okay. And who was the caller?
The caller was Alex Murdaugh.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is a disc of the 911 call.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and date that I reviewed it.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call made by Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Okay. Submitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
June.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds. Hi, nice communication.
Alex Murdaugh on the line, calling from 4147 Mobile Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sorry, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's fast.
Okay. How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh no, hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennels.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
In the head, and he shot really bad. He shot
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but he has blood everywhere. His brain. Face down, I started to turn a little bit. It's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Okay, do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, I just here.
They closed your house on the outside.
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What? Closed your house on the outside.
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you
Murdaugh.
hear anything, or did you
Alex
come home
Murdaugh.
and find out?
Well, I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Abby. If he's acting, he's a lot better than Amber. Agree. Agree. For sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Okay, did she say what they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person? We're getting somebody out there too. We have to give you questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Either one of them is.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
And did anything work out a plane?
Not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay. Look, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by my son had a boat that he's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and he's just finally
Do you know who was threatening your son?
it's too many people. Oh, son. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. My son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
And Captain Stallings, there's a break between parts in this call. Why is that?
The way our recorder system is set up, if there is a pause with either the call taker or the caller not talking, the recorder automatically cuts off. As soon as it starts to hear someone talking, it automatically kicks back on and starts recording.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds. Multiple people coming out there to you. Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashes on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they get any kind of evidence, okay?
I've already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
He did? And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I want to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer doing for me? Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Captain Stallings. The state has no further questions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
It just sounds like a 911 call to me. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to be taking away from it. It just sounds like a
Call your
911
next
call.
witness.
Barry McCoy.
I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to infer like anything from it, but it sounds like a 911 call.
Hello. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You swear or affirm that the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Barry McRoy, McRoy.
Chief McRoy, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
Work for Colleton County Fire and Rescue.
And what is your position?
I'm the fire chief.
The fire chief of Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
That is correct.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
29 years.
And about how many scenes do you think you have responded to over the years?
I have no idea. Many thousand.
What are some of the training that you need to do to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years, but presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500-hour course, and then you take a paramedic course, which is about 1,500 hours. In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am,
And how long have you been a paramedic?
since 1981.
What are would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when you initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them, and we transport them to the closest trauma center.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, get them transported as quickly as possible. It may involve starting IVs. In Colleton County, we carry blood, so we could administer blood to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work, and I heard the Sheriff's Department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor is also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Islandton. I responded from Walterboro, and I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatch had told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block. And a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Green that y'all listened to earlier.
And what did you see when you were driving onto the scene?
It was really dark. Had a long dirt driveway, and when we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left, and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
Yeah, CG, so far I tend to agree. I mean, the evidence that, to the extent it goes to show his guilt, it's minimal. I mean, I don't know what I was supposed to be getting from those 911 calls, to be honest. They sound like a panicked guy on a 911 call. I don't know what I'm supposed to be deriving from those calls, to be quite honest.
Chief McCoy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 51, 49, 24, and 21. I just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am, this does appear to be the accident scene.
And these are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Abby, you say you thought he probably did it. Now I'm not sure. I'll simply note that he probably did it and beyond reasonable doubt are two different things. For what value it has.
Into evidence with State's Exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon placeholders.
You're admitted without objection.
So, Chief McCoy, could you tell us how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Green went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so he needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels. I don't know how many, but there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side. The body of a younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it, and he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Alex Murdaugh.
And how did you recognize him?
I have met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
State's Exhibit 21. Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the left-hand side of the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdaugh, and the down towards the end of the lean-to is you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
And those bodies appear to be covered with pink sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
No, ma'am. We got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the bodies from the view of the public. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and people just really don't need to see that.
State's Exhibit 24. Please describe what the jury's viewing.
That is the body of Paul, and he is laying face down at the entrance to, there's like a little utility room at the kennels. He is laying down with, you can see there's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankles.
And this is how you found Paul?
That is correct.
Okay. And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point, did you check his pulse?
I did not check his pulse. He and his mother both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. There was a lot of coagulation there where the blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, he, is not any way you could sustain his life.
And this takes Exhibit 51.
That is Miss Maggie, and she also had severe injuries to her head. You can also see the congealed blood around the bottom where her face is, and she had a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head cavity.
Was it necessary to check Mrs. Murdaugh's pulse or perform any life-saving treatment?
No, ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
It takes Exhibit 49. That's just where,
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss Maggie's body in front of the little side-by-side.
thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay. What? What did I learn from that witness?
Just one moment.
What did I learn from that witness? I learned nothing from this witness. I went to the scene. They were clearly dead. Great. That's helpful. He's there to introduce the pictures? Fair enough. That's fair. That is fair. He was there to provide the pictures for authentication. Fair point. And we didn't see the pictures, so fair point.
So you're the chief of the Colvin County Fire Rescue, correct?
That is correct.
And you, in the past, have had dealings with Alex Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That is correct.
So you recognized him, and you've seen him before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset, yes, sir.
Very upset. Now, I've got just a very few questions for you. But when you responded, and I'm going to try to get the picture, I think. So, you recognize this from the night of June 7th?
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
That would be a vehicle that was south of the location, so the police car would have been north.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That is correct. Over to the right-hand side, there's 3 rows of I guess where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And, I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive, you drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was at, I activated my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
The scene lights,
They're
high-intensity lights.
high-intensity, bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very dark, and I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but
Okay.
would the area you were be
To the right,
this side or the other side?
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed right here?
More to the bottom,
More to the bottom?
to the
Okay.
right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this, it'll be a little easier for you to look at. No signal. Got my television at home. Okay, so as you look at, stop it 1 second. No, go back the other, okay, back it up a little bit. From this perspective, can you see that perspective right there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on,
If you back up just a little bit,
back it up.
right, if you'll stop it
Stop.
there,
Go back.
you can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please? So we all are singing from the same sheet of music. If you'd stand over that way so these jurors can see.
There's a workshop right here,
Uh-huh.
and there's a road here, a
Uh-huh.
road here, and a road here. This road was where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
Right here's where Miss Maggie's body is, and that's Paul's body.
Okay. And how far is it from where you saw those tire tracks to where their bodies were approximately?
20 or 30 feet.
20 or 30 feet. And you saw, now this was gravel, grass, dirt,
Kind of similar to,
sandy, but distinct tire tracks.
yes, sir. Like
And-
one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or I mean,
Could have been coming in, could have been going out.
you're not a tire expert, are you?
No, sir.
Track, okay. Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
So, whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to the attention of one of the deputies. I don't recall which one
Was it Green, Deputy Green?
I don't recall.
But one of the Colleton County deputies.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed them to him and told him, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There was civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining, so at that point,
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it?
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
And vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road?
Yes, sir.
Destroying the tire track?
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay. But to your knowledge, while you were there, did anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
Okay. Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now, did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the Sheriff's Department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that we backed up and got behind it.
take the court's indulgence.
I appreciate that you say that you wish you could super chat more. We do appreciate everyone who helps us support the channel financially, but just by being here and helping to promote the channel, you do a lot of good. So if you want to help and you can't contribute financially, you can contribute by helping to promote the channel. And you can do that, for example, by clicking the tweet button and retweeting it, or sharing to your social media of choice, or otherwise helping to bring some people in on the channel, because that would be good. So those are some things you can do to help, and we do appreciate everyone who's here and helping the channel grow.
Video, and then I need to ask you a couple questions. Is this the area you were talking about with the tire track?
They're over to the left.
I'm sorry?
They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where these tire tracks were?
Yes, they're over to the left of this police car. You can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Colleton County Sheriff's deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Call your next witness.
Again, I don't really do much for me.
State calls Jason Chapman.
Thank you.
Jason Chapman, huh? Jason Chapman. Where are you in the witness list, Mr. Chapman?
Back on or halfway?
Do you affirm the testimony about the other court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I'll do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Spell your last name.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Walker Chapman. Last name Chapman.
There you go. There you are. You're way down the list. 92 on the list. That's why I had trouble finding you for a second.
Mr. Chapman, Jason, you stated in the record, thank you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and what education did you obtain?
Sure. I'm a native, born in Walterboro. I've lived here most of my life. Graduated from what was Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. Before starting my career in law enforcement, I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21, then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a Class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year.
26-year career. Would you walk us through how you when you first got into law enforcement, and kind of the roles you've taken on and the training you've done in that?
Certainly. In '97, I attended a reserve officer class. It was a joint class between the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. I had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take the final exam. Went down to the academy, took the exam, passed, began working as a reserve. I then got hired as a dispatcher at the Walterboro Police Department, where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole. And in the spring of '98, I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I graduated later that year. I actually graduated as a distinguished graduate.
What are we doing a poll on?
Since then, I've been doing law enforcement. I did my first 16 years with the city of Walterboro, and I transferred over to the Sheriff's Office January 1 of 2013, where I have remained since then. My training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of the civil process.
Feels
I
like
have
we're a
an
long way
extensive
from being able to
background in
determine that.
firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor. I've had training as a narcotics supervisor. I've been through schools for administration, pretty much everything.
What's your current rank with the Sheriff's Department?
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations. That includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
I have.
Tell us about that.
This past year in 2022, I testified in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina, on a case involving the city of Beaufort, and I was sworn in as a expert witness in general police procedures.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your role with the Sheriff's Office back on that date?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
Now would that include homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an opportunity? Were you dispatched or were
Am I
you
okay?
noticed of an incident?
I'm a little
that
tired.
occurred on
Other than that, why do you
I
ask?
was.
What,
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
all right, what did you hear over the radio?
Call coming out that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was, I think it's 4142 Moselle Road in Islandton.
Were you made aware of who this involved at that
I was
point?
not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within the limits of Colleton County?
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night
It's only
upon
looks a bit sad.
learning of this incident and then making your way out there. Walk us through that process, if you would.
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh, and Sheriff Hill advised me that if it was in fact confirmed to be Mr. Murdaugh, that he would likely notify SLED.
I wish the stream
simply
was a
because
little
of the
bit
conflict
more.
of interest with the family.
I wish there was more people watching the
Shortly
stream.
before we arrived,
If I'm allowed to
Brooke
comment
was
on
able
such
to
things,
confirm that, and that call was
I'm
made.
a little disappointed
to
in the
request
viewership
for
numbers.
Assistance from SLED and to request
Hopefully
that they
they'll
actually
grow.
assume primary in the investigation.
Does your department, the Sheriff's Office, do you all work fairly closely with SLED? Is that a common thing?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works, well, the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County, actually.
SST, it's not about being the Rittenhouse trial or not. If you look at the
still comes out
comparative
of
numbers
Columbia.
of my stream
So,
versus other streams, I
middle of
can
night
still
when
be
they're
disappointed in my
notified
performance.
that we may need assistance, or in this case, that we wanted to take them to
Especially
take
once you
primary
adjust
in the
for
investigation.
Once you adjust
Even
for
with the fact
subscriber
that they're
numbers, my
emergency
channel is way
services, It's still
underperforming.
going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the
My channel's way
investigative
underperforming all the
process
competition.
at that scene
Even if you adjust
while we're
for
waiting for their
subscriber numbers,
arrival,
it's way underperforming.
with them working jointly with us. And that investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigations, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do have one at that particular
I mean,
night.
where's
I did
Emily
not
right
have
now?
it. It's on my my exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival. So I did
19,000?
not have my vest on.
Upon arrival at the scene, were you made aware?
So
did you
Emily's
become aware of
overperforming me
who
by a
in your
rate of
department
about
had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio, so that I knew that
12 to
several
1.
patrol units had arrived prior to myself. And I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived.
So apparently I'm
probably
1/12 is
about
good.
10, 12, 13 minutes after the
To
initial.
look at the
officer.
numbers,
Do you remember the?
but it's my job. I have to
approximate
look
time
at the
that you arrived
numbers.
on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m.
Stop looking at the numbers? No.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Green, that to try
Jaron,
to
stop
maintain
comparing
the
yourself?
integrity
No.
of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up. In this particular area I was driving through, I did not have much phone signal, so he did.
Eliza, I didn't
And
say I
realized
could.
that we
I didn't
had
say I
an
couldn't. I
approaching
said I
storm
wouldn't.
That was
No.
about 45 minutes out. So he
No
advised
is my
over the
answer.
radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims. I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives
what?
around that has the
No to
longest
quitting
drive
looking.
in,
No
which
to
is
you.
Detective
You said
Rutland,
yes, you can.
and
You
I
said
informed
yes,
her
you
to
can
head
quit
to the
looking at other
office
numbers
to
to
start
stop it.
working on a search
No, I
warrant.
won't.
Is that your common practice?
No.
Yes, sir.
Is that clear enough?
Kind of, you spoke before about you all conducted joint investigations with SLED. Is it common for, well, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out in this case.
Certainly. So the very first thing, obviously, is a notification for request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times our assistance is, what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding, that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
And you touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
As I arrived, hot, sticky, I recorded in my notes. It's the only reason I can go back and tell you exactly, but what I have recorded in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet. An occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was.
I am finding the description
a
of
little
exactly
foggy
what
on
the
my
weather
right
was
end, but
very
not
amusing.
foggy at the scene.
I'm not sure
obviously
why,
evening
but
hours.
I find it
I
very
think you mentioned
amusing.
before, but rain did set in. However, how long was it until the rain set
It
in?
wasn't
It's a
very
dry
long. I think
rain.
The radar was pretty accurate. I
Kind of
wanna say
rain that
within 45
comes
minutes to
after
an
a
hour of
long
that
drought.
Notification, the rain did come.
And you mentioned setting up tents or requesting that tents be set up. What would be the purpose of those tents?
So, in response to the crime scene, obviously, preservation of any type of evidence is important, but the preservation is not always limited to leaving it there and taking a picture of it and wait for somebody else to get there. In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound. So the tent was placed over victim Maggie's body in an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there. I only had one at the time. Paul's body was positioned somewhat over an extending ledge that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from.
But what did we
you know,
learn from that
tire
entire
tread
exchange? When
footprints,
people ask me what's wrong, I shouldn't really
showcasing
answer,
anything
because
at
when I
all.
do
So the
answer,
intent would
people
be to
then tell me
preserve
to
that
not feel
as
that
best
way.
as possible.
So I
And
should
if
just not
it
tell people why I'm
was
feeling that way in the first
going
place.
to be affected
That was
by
what
the
we learned from that
approach, we ought to do
exercise.
the best thing we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
I arrived pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene, yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres, and it's not just that property. It sits in the middle of nowhere. At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter, didn't know if we had a murder-suicide, didn't know if we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So inner perimeter secure, I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdaugh and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
A live reaction to the title? Okay.
Tell
Might
the
do
jury,
that.
if you will, well, first of all, let me ask you this. As part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques, if needed, if someone needed CPR or something?
Thank
like
you.
that? Are you trained in that?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sahar.
And arrival on the scene, did you physically observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you consider that life-saving techniques would be possible or would have any result?
I did not. Paramedics were there shortly before me. Got great fire rescue. I was assured that if there had been anything that could have been done, it would have been initiated prior to my arrival. But from what I saw, it was well beyond that.
Upon your arrival at the scene, were there anyone else present?
Thank you,
that were
Deidre.
not Either sheriff's office employees or employees of EMS and fire? Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The 2 victims, Mr. Murdaugh and emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdaugh. Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. He's seated at the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt, and glasses.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Murdaugh that night?
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? In what capacity?
Again, investigative. I realized that,
If you're not getting notifications for this, my recommendation there is to subscribe to my Twitter, because that's another way that I push out notifications. You can also subscribe to my Discord, although I don't know if that will stay around.
Potential evidence.
But you can get notifications there, at least for the
We
moment.
marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed it, would have been photographed, and then from that point simply protected. Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one.
It's basically the only reason I have Twitter at this point, is to provide a mechanism to get people notifications on the stream.
Were you familiar? Have you familiarized yourself with the body-worn video of both deputies Green and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And
Text
what
crew,
was your
like
first
Emily?
order of business upon arrival?
Probably too expensive for me right now.
Particularly relating to Paul.
Probably too expensive for me right
By
now.
the
Do I
time I
use
got there,
Insta?
they had placed a
I
sheet
have an
over
Insta
both of the
account.
victims. It's something that I'm not always.
Why?
I don't like. I understand that.
I'm not sure how I would push
so
how I'd
family
push a
doesn't have to see
notification
that,
through
but
Insta. I'm
prefer
not sure
that
how I
it
would
does
do
not
that.
happen, but in this case, it is already there, and because the scene
Can you
is
push-
still somewhat.
Can you push
fluid, we talked
notifications of
about
a
the inner
stream to
perimeter
Insta?
being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdaugh, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means 2 weapons. So were there 2 people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered
You can do a
secure,
pic or a
outer perimeter
short and
not
use
so much.
hashtags on Insta.
So we began really quick with an inspection of the 2 individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon or that the initial
Try to link on
responding
Instagram?
officers had not missed one.
Okay.
And we could see
Let's do that.
Maggie.
I wasn't until he told me.
Apologize. We could see that Maggie.
Let's do
There was
that.
nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the
Can I do shorts on
present
YouTube?
state of the
I
body,
can. I can create a
unless
short.
there was a weapon directly
Suppose I
underneath
could film
him,
one
there
and
was
create
nothing
one.
out to left or right.
Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What's that? Oh, yeah, we need to find it. State's Exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar with the scene there? And could you
I am,
describe
sir.
what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant
Instagram
Lonnie
for
Nettles in the
business.
background near
That's
the
what to do
perimeter,
here.
inner perimeter tape. And
What's your
victim,
photo?
Paul Murdaugh's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
And what are you preparing to do here?
At this point in time, double checking to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before, we weren't sure whether we're talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the casings that matched to a rifle with some evidence to support it
Photo.
possibly a shotgun. So when asking
Insert text or insert
if any other
data.
weapons had been found, everyone
Title,
stated no.
URL.
So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the
Thumbnail?
barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly.
I'm not
to
sure if
the
this is
left.
gonna work.
If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes, sir.
I guess
Did
we'll
you
find
notice
out.
animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1, 2, 3, there's a couple kennels closest to the feed room that did have dogs in them. And possibly one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
The image format is not supported.
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. And that water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
And was that water present consistent with the weather?
Be able to create viz.
No, sir, it hadn't
Upright.
rained yet. Not enough to leave anything. It was a drizzle here and there.
So I can upload a
You
thumbnail
observed
if nothing
the
else.
body
I'm
of
not sure how
Paul.
helpful
Was it
it would
physically
be.
wet as well? For the clothing he was wearing?
He was saturated with obviously blood and tissue, and his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had
So
sprayed
just
him
post
with
the
a hose.
thumbnail. I'm not sure how helpful that would be though. By itself.
Observe the video if you would, and we'll have a few questions afterwards.
Yeah, I don't really see how I can send out a notification to Instagram that would be helpful.
Hey, you want to close that in? Sir?
Was that?
You want to close it in?
Yeah.
I think you need a TikTok account. You could smash it on there.
I have a TikTok account there too. I wonder if I could
Alex over there.
create a notification on TikTok that would work.
The guy who wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want me to tell him.
Let's see if I can create a notification that goes to TikTok. You can stream to TikTok? What's my TikTok? Uncivil Law, same channel it is called everywhere else. I could stream to TikTok?
She's a great trailblazer. Correction. Because I know what type of vehicle. She has a great trailblazer. It's her yard that belongs to her. She says she can only see the tail light from the vehicle. She's also pregnant and using it.
Did you direct Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there, but I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it.
Stream on TikTok.
The spot right inside
How many do I have?
inside the door frame. I had looked, and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, and step back out.
And is preservation of a scene important?
825, I'm close.
Absolutely.
Is equally important securing the scene and making sure that you understand if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is, again.
uncontrolled circumstances going on?
It is. Again, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath him.
Thank you.
Well, the dad's over there. The people just won't do it. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be about 550.
Is this you looking for the gun?
It is, sir.
Do
What
we
do
need
you
1,000
notice
followers
about
stream
the
on
body
TikTok?
physically
Someone just
laid
said some.
there,
I do.
Paul's body?
So I just took it as a
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway, hands tucked
Seemed
underneath
they
the
didn't
body.
pick it up.
Fairly saturated in blood. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim. Wet, again, I'm assuming probably from soaking up rain or water, whatever that is, off the sidewalk. And a smartphone sitting propped up on the back of him.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone without? Could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're
what you're
underneath
saying?
his body, yes, sir.
Okay, that's a lot of overlay. Lol. That didn't really work the way I wanted it to.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone and get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected at this point.
And later on, it was describe the collection process that occurred after this.
It was collected by myself and Agent David Owens. I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that, I stood by as a witness as he collected. He had on rubber gloves. It was picked up. He didn't actually do any manipulation of the device in front of me.
Where's
It
the
was
link for
bagged
TikTok for those of you who
as
are curious?
evidence and
Thanks.
placed in the vehicle.
Was the phone physically bloody?
I don't recall any blood or water on the phone. I'm not saying that microscopically there wasn't, but I don't recall from the naked eye seeing anything.
That's what I'm asking about.
No,
From
sir.
From your observations, was it wet from either water or blood?
No, sir.
And when it was lifted off of Paul's shorts, did it leave like a mark of blood or water or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
So far, I'm not particularly impressed with the testimony. I'm not particularly impressed with the testimony.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what that's going to be. He did have a shotgun with him, and I have secured that in my vehicle.
Were you able to locate a firearm underneath the body of Paul?
When the coroner's office arrived and the crime scene unit and victim Paul was eventually moved, there was not a firearm underneath.
Are you familiar with the rifle round called 300 Blackout?
There were two weapons used. There was a shotgun and a rifle used in the murders. There were two weapons, shotgun and a rifle.
With any frequency?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever, but in all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was, at the time, the second ever in my career that had a 300 Blackout as far as being involved in a homicide.
As supervisor on the scene, is it part of your responsibility and your duties to sort of direct what people do? You're the person in charge?
It is, sir.
Does that free you up to do
The
other
woman in
things
white is
if
sitting at
others-
the council's
if you have
table. I assume she's a
executives
paralegal or a lawyer or
that you've
something.
assigned them?
If possible, yes, sir, sometimes.
And on this particular instance,
And they
this
found the
night,
weapons. They have
were
what
you
they
able
believe is the
to,
shotgun, but they don't have the rifle.
to observe Mr. Murdaugh and see what he was up to?
Oh, yes, sir, and I spoke to him on a few occasions.
Who's the grouchy little guy in the box? Who's the grouchy guy in the cowboy hat
Whenever
and
you're
the box?
investigating a case,
That's me.
I'm going to ask you about
Uncivil law.
items that you might designate as points that you need to address.
Yes, sir.
Describe what that might mean. What's in general like an investigative point or investigative cue that you need to focus on?
Anything that we hear or see that, based on the limited amount of knowledge we have at that particular point, just creates a unknown, something that may need further investigation, something that maybe doesn't necessarily correspond with the evidence on scene or with the statement made by somebody. It's something that just we need to follow up on. It can't just be left alone or accepted as fact.
I could start streaming to Twitter. That'd be
What
good.
are some of the physical observations? I'm going to ask you about physical observations of Mr. Murdaugh. Did he appear to be, at least outwardly, did he appear to be upset?
Yes, sir, he did.
Were you close enough to observe whether or not he actually cried or had tears in his eyes?
He was upset, definitely upset. I got up to him, again, like I said, I spoke to him on at least 2 different occasions, and he was breathing hard. You know, his facial expressions were that of, torment. But did I physically see him crying? I did not. He was sweating, but he wasn't crying.
Am I streaming to Twitch? Yes, I am, as a matter of
What
fact.
did you observe about his clothing?
I'm streaming to Facebook and Twitch as
Clothing
well
was
right now.
clean. Didn't see anything
Live stream
that
on
stuck
TikTok.
out.
We don't have enough
Obviously,
followers to do that.
dirt or blood or anything that
Feel
indicated
free
he had been,
to follow me on
rolling around
TikTok,
on
and
the
maybe
ground
we'll
or
get
that
enough
he had,
followers to do that.
been involved or anything up to that point.
I'm going to ask you about something you do when you're arriving on a scene, particularly if it's a homicide. Do you have a practice of phoning or having dispatch send you the 911 call?
Yes, we do.
Why would you do that?
We get a lot of information from 911 calls, more so than the average person, I think, would believe. And it's, over the years, we've had several cases where, had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call, we would have missed some very important information or information that could have cleared up some unknowns, those points of investigation you talked about, much sooner. So
One said I needed
in our
$1,000.
investigative process,
One
that's
said I
now
needed
one of the things that we
$1,000
try
for
to
the
do
live stream, and I don't have
relatively
$1,000.
quickly.
So I'm
In
just
this
assuming
case,
that person
with
didn't
the
make up shit.
scene being fluid and not knowing if we had suspects on the loose, I opted to go ahead and do that.
I don't have
And it
1,000.
took a minute for
I have
them to get called
834.
up. As
I
busy
need
as they were, but they
170
were able
more.
to get on the phone with me and play the 911 call for me.
So were you able to hear the 911 call?
I was.
And are you listening to that 911 call both for content but also critically and trying to examine the
Notification
things
by
that they're saying?
email.
Oh, absolutely. We're listening for noises in the background, exactly
how I would
what is
set that up.
said versus what we see, so forth.
I'll have to think about
So
it.
with that awareness of everything that was said on the 911 call, do you then take that information and apply it to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And on the 911 call, did Mr. Murdaugh indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't. And Mr.
Judy's here
Murdaugh
from Twitch.
replied that he had
Judy's
touched
here
them,
from Twitch.
checking
Says
them.
hello, Twitch chat. Hello, Judy.
To check and see if they're
Thank you for
breathing.
joining us from
And which
Twitch.
would be expected, absolutely.
Upon examination, Mr. Murdaugh, did you have a chance to look at his hands?
Again, I did talk to him, yes, sir.
Did you have a
Share
chance
and
to look
tweet
at
the
his shirt?
TikTok link.
I did.
Here's the TikTok
Did you
link.
see any indication that there was any
did
blood
that on all the
on
platforms.
any part of his body?
No, sir. Not, again, just physically with my observations, no microscope there. I did not see any blood anywhere.
And in your experience with viewing Paul's body, had you physically touched Paul, would there have been blood left on your hands?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Response.
Physically saw the body, and he cannot testify to the locations that would be touched and whether it would transfer.
Does he know what location he touched?
I'll lay a foundation. I'll ask a few more questions. Yes, sir. Mr. Chapman, Captain Chapman, going back to your experience in life-saving procedures, are there common areas that someone might touch to check the pulse if they were indicating their check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, where did Mr. Murdaugh touch the body for a pulse? Was it the neck?
Objections overruled. The prosecutor is asking the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there common areas that someone might check a body to check for, if they've indicated they're checking for breathing, are there common areas that someone might check?
I believe the most common is the neck and the wrist that you see that, people with limited training would probably use. I'm sure there are others with medical training.
So the neck and the wrist. And please tell me where Paul's wrists were located when you discovered his body.
They're up underneath his body.
And was Paul's neck accessible? If his wrists were underneath his body, was his neck accessible?
843 followers on
I think
Twitch.
you can get the portions
So we
of
need
his neck.
160 more.
I don't know that you'd be able to get under, he's face down, and I didn't try to get a pulse, but where I know that you would check would be difficult without manipulating the body in some fashion, I guess.
And if you had to manipulate the body, and if you were going to try to check his pulse via wrist or neck, with what you saw that night, would your hands be bloody?
If I had attempted, they would have been, yes.
Trish says, if someone's brains are blown out, are you going to check for a pulse? If it's my wife and son, and I'm in a delirious panic, maybe. Yes.
Can I ask you another investigative point that you observed? Did Mr. Murdaugh in the 911 call indicate he was going to retrieve a firearm?
Out of disbelief,
Yes,
or
sir. That actually came out while I was en route as a
Okay,
caution
yeah.
from the dispatcher, but it was also present on the call when I monitored the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to the 911 tape, what was your reaction, or what was the cue that you were fixated on as it relates to the retrieval of the firearm? What is going through your head at that point?
Well, that he's scared. I mean, that he believes there may be somebody there that possibly.
yeah,
whoever
True Blue. I tend to
believes
agree
hurt
with
them
you. I
may
think
come
Twitter
back
is
and
the
hurt
best
him.
result. That's one of the reasons I keep pimping it.
And sure, that's your
One of the
estimation,
reasons I
right?
pin
That's
the
what you're
comments.
thinking.
One of
So
the
that's
reasons
what I was
all
thinking,
those
yeah, I
things.
mean, and that's what I believe pretty much
I
anybody would
think
think
it
if he
is
was
the best
there
path.
present with them and got spooked. And, because I believe the verbiage on the 911 is, he states, I'm going to get a gun that I don't feel safe. And dispatch tries to tell him, we would rather you not. And he states again that I'm not going to show it to the officers, I'm not going to hurt anybody, I'll put it away, but I feel unsafe. So I understand that.
All right, listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue on to in your investigative process?
After knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he stated he was unsafe.
I had
and
TikTok to
that
the
he
link
went and
tree
got
as
the
well.
firearm,
So it's there for
there,
people who need it.
when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival. It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that point in the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun. And then when he got back to the scene, are y'all here yet? How far out are they? And then it was, I need to call my family, and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Does that, when we're referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that, the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone calls, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering a crime scene and not being able to introduce evidence, or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence. And by his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house and got a gun. Potentially, that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he indicated.
Is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene? The scene?
Of course. He's inside that area when we arrive, and, I mean, he would be factored into everything.
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure. I mean, we would anybody that was there.
Now and I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered, but you've had a chance to review the body-worn camera from both Deputy Green and McDowell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did after those videos cease recording because the crime scene had been secured, did you have an opportunity then to continue your investigation and continue your line of work?
We did.
And these activities would not have been captured on the video because it had been shut off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. Distress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. There were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift. And, I took note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did, there were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officer's movements?
I know when I was there when I ordered Detective Murdaugh to take a GSR kit and explain that how the kit worked and why we were taking it, and he was very cooperative with giving the kit, and we really didn't have an issue there. Later, was looking at some, I wouldn't call them tire tracks, I'd call them tire impressions because there's no dirt there, it's just grass, but we noticed there was quite a bit of tire impressions that ran around the back side of the hangar.
And we'll get to the tire tracks in a second. You mentioned a term just a second ago called GSR.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, could you explain to us just
Sure.
what
I
that is?
apologize for that. So a gunshot residue kit is just a kit. We use specific kits provided by SLED because the kits are then sent off for testing, but it's meant to test for the presence of gunshot residue. They're very non-invasive. They have little ampules. You open up a sterile kit, put a set of gloves on, open the kit up, and you'll dab one of the sterile collectors around on the front and back of the hand of an individual, package those up, tape it off, seal it, date it, time it, case number, and then that's eventually sent off to SLED. We were asked, I spoke earlier and said the only thing that my detectives physically collected prior to SLED's crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks it's, well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it. So we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I say GSR, is a gunshot residue test kit.
And Captain Chapman, related to the GSR retrieval, I know you mentioned that time limit, the expiring time limit. Is it your understanding that time, or does that time limit refer to humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED lab, is that it has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon. And again, that kit, I mean, it's just as much for any type of exculpatory as it is conviction. We use it a lot of times to exonerate someone as much as we would to convict.
Going back to Mr. Murdaugh's observations that you had, did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage, I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam footage, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife, but that's in that limited amount of body cam footage that I have.
All right, you mentioned before the tire tracks that you observed.
Yes, sir, or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us, if you would, please.
Sure.
Describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about, there's rain, but moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures. And there's some very obvious at that time impressions in the grass, but they're not tracks like you think of that we could cast a track out of dirt, but you can't cast an impression that's laid over wet grass from the dew. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them, and I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he could tell me, because I was unaware of the body cam footage at the time, could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that He pointed and said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route, confirming that the tracks around his vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be 2 sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. You had to have the light just right. And it just happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, because the lights were shining on Paul, that you could see that.
So the tire tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time trying to, or attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property, and I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing, probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night, so I don't know what time they got there, but it's a pretty long walk, especially if you're planning on walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was. But we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
As part of your investigation, flash forward in just a little bit, did you operate and record 2 drone videos of the property?
I did.
And I'm going to show you. I hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187 and 188. Briefly take a look at those 2 videos, DVDs if you would, and let me know if you recognize them.
There were chickens involved.
Yes, sir. Both of these discs I've marked as having previously
Although
viewed
chickens may
and
be cats,
confirmed
who knows?
their authenticity, one on the 25th of this month and one on the 26th of this month.
And these would be the drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move to admit these into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Any objection?
I know, Your Honor.
You're admitted without objection, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. Please do not discuss it.
Taking a brief break, I guess. So I guess we'll leave seal, clock, and chandelier on camera because they're bae. So far, the state's case is I just don't even know what it is. I'm not really getting a lot of things from these witnesses really that are very helpful. Alex Murdaugh called 911. The 911 calls sound like 911 calls. I mean, I suppose I could try to pick them apart in some way to like tease it out, but at that point, I'm just like playing armchair psychiatrist. I mean, to try to tease that out, I can't do it. They don't really mean anything to me. The police went on the scene. They found the bodies. The bodies were obviously dead and killed in some sort of gruesome way. I'm not really getting a lot from this. Does anyone feel like what? Okay, let me ask you guys. What do you guys think is the best evidence so far that for him as the murderer? Because like so far, I'm not really getting a lot.
Inside the courtroom, and I was very
No,
impressed.
I don't
by
need to
his
listen to
attorney's
you. Thank
opening.
you. I don't need to listen to you, law and crime. I don't need you on my stream for your proprietary content. I don't want it, nor do I care about it. Go away. Yeah, what evidence? Yeah, there's nothing here so far. I mean, motive, we can come up with some motives, but you know, there's nothing here. Yeah. He said he checked for a pulse, but there was no blood on him, so maybe he didn't check for a pulse. But I mean, that just doesn't really do that much for me, to be quite honest. By itself, it doesn't really do that much for me. Because the thing that I'm thinking about is, like, if you assume that he's innocent, which of course is our default assumption going into this, so it is the assumption you should have. If you assume that he's innocent, then, you know, he comes upon the dead bodies of his family, probably goes into some sort of, he's probably entering out of the realm of the reasonable person into the unreasonable person. And how that manifests itself is going to be very idiosyncratic for him in particular. But if he says, well, I checked for a pulse and he didn't, I'm like, well, maybe in his own mind he thought he did. It's not even clear necessarily he's lying, because maybe he believes it, or maybe it's just a thing he said. Because, you know, when you're in an unreasonable position, you might say unreasonable things. Because, like, you don't even know what you're saying in some ways, you know? It's like, so it's just like, okay, so I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on with this. Who say check for a pulse? I think that was part of the claim. I mean, it hasn't come into the evidentiary picture yet, but apparently my understanding is he claimed that he checked for a pulse and not so much. I don't know. But it hasn't come up yet in the trial, so that's fair. So we can't even use that, because I'm bringing in things. This is one of the reasons, incidentally, I don't like to use stuff from outside the court record, because then I have a hard time remembering what's in and what's out. Sometimes I make mistakes. So, yeah. He said it on body cam footage. Maybe he did. Maybe he did say it. I just don't remember right now. He said it on the 911 call faintly. Fine. So let's assume that he said it, and let's assume that's in the evidentiary picture for the moment. And let's assume that there's no blood on him, which seems like that's implausible given the amount of blood that's, you know, in and around the scene. Like, does that remark by itself really mean much? I don't know. It doesn't really mean that much to me. Also, if he committed the murders, one would imagine that blood would be like all over him. Like everywhere. So the fact that blood is not on him means he didn't touch the bodies, but it also probably means he wasn't there when the murders occurred. So it's not really doing very much for me. Yeah. So it's not really doing so much for me. And there were actions done by the police and other first responders, which, while perhaps completely appropriate for the circumstances, nevertheless perhaps contaminated the scene. Right? We don't live in a perfect world. So the police doing things in a completely reasonable way and first responders doing things in a completely reasonable way doesn't necessarily mean that the scene wasn't in some senses corrupted. So we might have lost tire tracks and added tire tracks. We might have lost footprints and added footprints. We might have lost ammo and added things, right? So is that necessarily a deal breaker? No, it's not necessarily a deal breaker. Again, we don't require perfection, but it shows that there was opportunity for evidence to be lost and contaminated. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. That is, again, not a slight on the police. This is a small county. 35,000 people live in this county total. Well, actually, this murder didn't occur in this county. It occurred somewhere else. Either way, though, it's not huge. especially because this place is in the middle of nowhere. So, you know, it's not looking great. And, you know, you got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And right now I'm like, nope. Nope. Do I, someone saw, I'm going to get your name right if it kills me. I swear to God. Sahar Silverman says, do you think he hired a hitman? Do I speculate without any basis whatsoever that there was a hitman? Absolutely not. Not even a little bit, no. Do I speculate that there was a hitman? Do I speculate that he buried the evidence in his yard? Do I speculate that he threw the rifle into the sea? Not a chance in this world. Nope. No. No. None of those things. Not even a little bit. None of those things. You don't think there's reasonable doubt right now? Or you probably mean that backwards from the way you phrased it. You don't mean, yeah, you probably mean that backwards from the way you phrased it. So, you know. So, like, you know, this, of course, is in absolutely no sense for me to say to you or for me to imply that the state won't bring more and better evidence that will present a better picture. This could just all be like foundational background, but it's kind of a weak way to start your case, right? This stuff, to the extent it is valuable, is stuff that you kind of would normally bring in the middle of the case, right? You start strong and strong, primacy, recency. And then you have a bunch of stuff that's kind of that's in the middle, right? But you're starting with And maybe there's a way, maybe that makes sense. Maybe they have a different idea, right? Maybe they have a different idea on the presentation of things. Maybe by the end, I will be saying, you know what, that was genius. And we all have to re-examine our preconceptions about how we're doing these things, because man, that was just really the best way to do it. And I didn't see it coming, and man, I got blindsided. And that kind of thing has happened before on this channel, right? That kind of thing has happened before because we try to maintain an open mind. And like, you know, it's like, well, I was blindsided, didn't see that one coming, missed that one completely, you know. It's like, but we'll just assess where we are, right? We'll assess where we are and be like, right now it's doing nothing for me. Unless they have the smoking gun. Well, I can assure you they don't have the smoking gun. Lol. Which also isn't helpful. They have one of the smoking guns, but not both. Do I seem both sides have problems with the evidence presented? Well, right now, it's the state's the only one presenting evidence. The defense is attacking the evidence. So the defense hasn't presented any evidence so far. And right now, the state's case sucks. And CG is absolutely, completely correct, incidentally, as well. The defense is under absolutely no burden to present evidence of any kind at any stage. The defense can do fuck all and win. That is the nature of our system, right? They gave an opening. They didn't even have to do that. So will the defense put on evidence? I don't know. They certainly don't have to. If the state doesn't make their case, they don't make their case. So right now, it's like, well, not going great. What about what about defense's case? What about it? Right? So, you know, the defense can do F all and win. So we'll see. They must have something, or how they get the trial. It seems at the moment they want to try to ram this thing home with motive. And opportunity. Means, motive, and opportunity. He had means, motive, and opportunity. Which, okay. But, you know, no. I'm going to need a little bit more. Yeah. Rittenhouse went to trial. This is very, very true. This is true. Although the state had more than they had here. I mean, they did have dead bodies and stuff, and they did have the gun, so that was nice. So maybe we were all too hard on Binger in retrospect. What's the motive? Well, the state hasn't formally presented the motive, but the motive seems to be some combination. The motive seems to be tied up with the monetary thing, right? So Murdaugh seems to have stolen about $10 million from his clients. His son did a DUI boat and killed somebody. Murdaugh owns the boat. So they're looking into Murdaugh's financial records as part of that because he might have liability because he owns the boat. Because they're looking into Murdaugh's financial records and because he's stolen $10 million, Murdaugh is afraid of being exposed. So he becomes increasingly concerned about hiding the theft. And perhaps out of some combination of shame over what his son had did, being questioned by his son and wife about it all coming crashing down, him wanting to hide the crimes with the murders, which, you know, people have done stranger things. Some combination of those things led to the deaths. So that would be the idea, as best as we can determine. That would be the motive. His son was getting death threats. I believe that. I mean, his son had killed a girl. So, Lawn Lumber's here. Does he want to join? I'll send him a link. Hold on. Add guest. Copy link. Send link. Drop link. Great. All right, I've sent the link to Rob in case he wants to come on. Why would the other son stand by him? I don't know. I don't know. Denial isn't just it could be that denial is not just a river in Egypt. Maybe he just doesn't believe his father did it. Which people have believed that kind of thing with way more evidence in place. People can convince themselves of all kinds of shit. It's like, it wasn't my dad, but we have him on film doing it, and the confession, and like the plans, and the ha ha ha, I did it, and like, but no, I don't believe it. I don't believe any of it. I mean, we're obviously not in that situation. I'm just saying that even if we were, people can believe all kinds of shit. Lawn Lumber says he'll be here in 10 minutes. Excellent. Alain's likely guilty pretrial case so far is leaving not guilty. Yeah, it's not going great. Yeah, so maybe he really doesn't believe his father did it. And maybe he's right.
I leaned likely guilty pre-trial. Pro's case so far has me leaning not guilty, which I feel shouldn't be the case at this point.
Yeah. And maybe he doesn't believe in his father. Maybe he just wants the truth. And he's just there to observe. I don't know what's going through his head. I don't know what's going through his head. He's sitting on the state side. I wouldn't read too much. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's sitting on defense's side. Yeah, he's sitting on defense's side. No, he's not. And even if he was, I wouldn't read too much into it. It's not a wedding. I don't know that there are sides like that. Or at least I've never thought about it that way. But then again, I don't know criminal cases, so I don't know. Yeah, he's behind his dad. Yeah, maybe his son wants answers. Maybe he's there to try to find out the truth. I don't know. I do not hunt, no. I pistol shoot for fun, but not for hunting. And I've done skeet shooting as well, although not recently. I sold my shotgun quite a while ago, but I've done skeet shooting and stuff, so I have some familiarity with that. But I don't hunt. It could be a lot of things. I mean, it could be a lot of things. But right now, the state's case sucks. And I mean, if you want a motive for someone else, right? I mean, he stole $10 million. Also, where did the money go? So, like, the $10 million went places. Maybe some of those places the money went were less than reputable. Maybe he owes money to some less than reputable people. So maybe someone else committed the murders because revenge against the son because of his killing that girl. So maybe it was a revenge killing for the son's actions. Maybe it was one of his clients' revenge killing. Maybe it's one of Murdaugh's more unseedly contacts who did it because he wasn't getting paid as a hit. So, like, there's definitely other people who have potential motives here that are possible, at least as long as we're speculating wildly. But, like, you know, there's possibilities for sure. Which also, incidentally, might be partly why Alex Murdaugh maybe is acting that way, the way he is. Maybe Alex Murdaugh had received some very interesting threats against his family that he took very credibly. And so maybe when he came upon his deceased family, maybe he wasn't as surprised as he might have otherwise been. And maybe he's acting the way he is because he's trying to hide his shame in being unable to protect his family from these people who are trying to come after him. Snark Daddy or Hat Daddy? That is actually a good question. There's a good poll for you. We can do a poll on that.
All of the jurors are present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chaplain, resuming our testimony, I'm going to show you a handful of pictures. I'm going to I've marked and I'm identify. I ask you to please identify them.
No objection.
You offer them all into evidence?
I am.
They are admitted without objection.
Okay, permission?
I do not have any
Yes.
filter now. However, if you're a young female and would like to help me change that, let me know.
And I think, Your Honor, I think we already established that the drone footage has been placed into evidence, and I would request permission to play that first, and then I'll go to the...
Ooh, we got some drone footage to show off the property. Okay, I'm sure that's real interesting. James is going live at 3 with legal devices.
Earlier, you did describe the process of what you did with the drones and why you would have surveilled the area.
Took pictures with our drone just to give an overall. Some of the agents have different job descriptions that day. Some of my personnel had different job descriptions that day. In order to have something as a reference point to go back and work with later, we took the department-issued drone and took a couple aerial videos so that we could use them for reference later.
And Your Honor, request permission for the witness to sort of direct the geography of the drone footage. If you would please step down.
Sure.
And if you could identify for the jurors as the video is played what we're actually looking at. I appreciate it.
In the image currently, what we see is
Snarkat Daddy?
main house, the Murdaugh residence.
And
He says come to the UK.
I
I may well do, D. I may well do.
All right. If you could identify that on the video, the driveway that you're referring to.
Show you here, then I'll walk up. Yes, sir. So this would be the main structure and the main driveway that comes out from it with the trees. Ladies and gentlemen, the main structure, a residential structure, and the main driveway that comes away from it with the trees.
All right. And now looking down the road a bit, Captain Chapman, this road that veers to the left or turns left, what is that road?
So that would have been the route that was described by Mr. Murdaugh as how he left his residence and came to the dog kennels, coming up the road with the planted trees, making a left here, ladies and gentlemen, there. And if you play the video a little farther, that road ends at the instant location with the dog kennels.
And if you would, please describe for us what we're actually looking at with this dog kennel area, identifying the structures and the entry point for the road, the main mailbox area.
Absolutely. So this would be the area coming from the main residence. When we arrived on scene that night, or at least when I arrived, right here, positioned with the headlights facing down this way, would have been Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle. You keep hearing reference of the airplane hangar or the main shed. That would have been the large structure here. The dog kennels are the smaller one you see in the background that run perpendicular, and the driveway goes out to the road. Do I need to show you, ladies and gentlemen, here? Was everyone able to see?
Please do.
In answer to your question, why can't we see
So
this?
again, the roadway coming from the
Because
main
the judge
residence.
said so. Why the judge say
Here you
so?
have what's been
Don't know.
referred to as the hangar.
I mean, it's probably in a written motion somewhere, but I don't
Here
know.
with the headlight shining
I
down
don't know.
this direction.
Apparently, it's being hidden even from the people
Dog kennels?
in the courtroom other than the
This
jurors.
is the large grass area that we
Which
were
I don't
referring to
know
when we're
why.
talking about the tire impressions in the dude.
I don't know.
And this is a separate structure that sits off to the side.
And where would the entry point for the Moselle Road be on this,
James
this still shot?
live with legal
Following
mention.
straight down between
I'll
the
send him a
hangar
message in case he wants to pop on
and the dog house,
after he's
going
done
all
with
the way
that.
through the tree line, the Moselle Road entrance would be back here.
All right, I'm going to just play it one time without stopping. All right, thank you, Captain Chapman. I'm going to play the second drone video. If you would, please tell us what we're looking at from this perspective right now.
Yes, sir. So this would be the back portion of the airplane hangar.
Thank
The
you.
driveway, the vehicles at the
Appreciate
bottom of the
that. That's
screen.
very kind of you.
This driveway goes back around and connects back to Moselle Road.
And is this the hangar that you were referencing?
This is the airplane hangar as we've been referring to it.
What is
Yes,
this
the airplane
structure
hangar?
on the top side of this image in the
Okay.
far back?
I believe that's a cleaning shed, for a processing shed for animals. If you were going to process a deer that you killed, it had like a walk-in freezer, sinks, floor with drain in it.
Do I have a map of the property? That's a good question. I'll see what I can do.
All right, describe to us what we're looking at from this perspective, if you would.
Certainly. So if you came in the Moselle entrance, which was the entrance that we were dispatched to, the 4147, and you turned by the mailbox off of Moselle Road and you came in the dirt driveway, you would be coming up between the two structures. You have your airport or airplane hangar on your right with the red tin roof, the dog kennel on your left.
Pictures.
That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was driving he said he was driving when I arrived on scene. At the time, the flashers were I believe they actually still are in the drone video. The hazard lights are on all the way back from where dispatch initially advised him to cut them on for arrival. The large shed in the background back there is just simply another tractor shed.
And Captain
Currently,
Chapman
it's
is
available for sale
would you
for $4
identify
million.
where the body of Paul Murdaugh was located when you arrived on
Yes, sir.
this picture?
So the dog kennels on the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, if you were to look towards the end of that structure, right where the gravel and the roof line are, and then step back approximately 5-6 feet, that would have been the location of Paul's body.
And where would Maggie's body have been located?
And Maggie's body would have been just beyond the roof line of the red airplane hangar on the side closest to the Suburban.
The trajectory of the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was operating and actually left parked there, where would his headlights have been directed to?
As it sits now, which I believe is the same it was when I arrived on scene, the headlights were pointed on Paul's body.
And this structure just past the white roof, which is identified as the kennels, what's that run structure there?
I believe that was like a chicken coop or a chicken pen.
Added Rob to the video description. Fantastic. How are you doing? Rob? Hello? Can Rob hear me?
Mentioned before when we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. As part of your investigation in conjunction with Detective Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
Was the black truck, did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir. That's what got us back to that location looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believed that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you check the truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or had been turned on?
It was not.
Does Rob know that he's on stream right now?
Here, Captain Chapman, the kennel run, I think you already identified. Is that the structure with the white roof?
Yes, sir.
The silverish white roof in the background on this image? And the feed room located where Paul actually was sort of straddled, where would that feed room be in this image?
If you look at the right corner of that building, and you can see the white frame door just above the red roof, that would be the area of the feed room.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to identify that on the screen, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. This would have been the area of the feed room here. This would have been the area of the feed room here.
And while you're there, Captain Chapman, would you please identify in this angle where Maggie Murdaugh would have been located?
Yes, sir. Maggie was in this area here. here.
Has this prosecutor been doing everything all day?
No. They've taken turns. There was a female prosecutor who asked the questions of some of the 911 dispatchers, and the lead prosecutor started the day.
Did you become aware through the course of your investigation of footprints on the side of the hangar?
Yes.
How did that occur? What brought your attention to that first, and what did you do as a result?
Detective Rutland approached me at some point in time after her arrival with the search warrant that she had located a set of prints. The prints appeared to be a flat style print, like a flip-flop or a sandal of some type, and that they were to the left of this hangar door in the dirt underneath the left lean-to of the hangar.
And if you mean to the left of the door, in the image, do you identify an orange lawnmower there?
That's correct, in between that mower and the wall.
If you would, describe what you did and what you and Detective Rutland decided to do to examine these footprints.
She came over and alerted me to the presence of the footprints or shoe impressions. I went over with her. We started at the side of the hangar here that you see in the image by the orange mower. At that particular point, you could only see those sets of tracks or shoe impressions in the dirt. We then walked around the other side, and you could see that they were also on the other side of the hangar, the far side of that structure. So then we made the decision to walk a line off of those tracks from one end to the other to ensure that there was no evidence of firearms, blood, anything underneath that hangar along those shoe impressions, which we did not locate anything but the single set of shoe impressions. And they appear to go from one end of the hangar to the other, turn around and come back.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 193. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still image of the area between the hangar and that lawnmower?
It is, sir.
And is that the location where you notice the treads, the footprints?
It is, sir.
This hunting property is something
Handing
else.
you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Could you please describe what
$4 million, Rob. It can be ours.
This is a picture of the footprints along the edge of the hangar structure.
I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 195. Please describe what you see in that picture.
Again, another photograph depicting the shoe impressions along the edge of the
Freshwater
The shoe
fishing,
impressions that you
abundant
personally
deer.
viewed
We're
on
set,
scene
maybe.
at Moselle.
Am I really looking at the listing of this thing? Like, is it
I'm also
listed for sale?
handing you what's been
Oh, yeah.
entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 200.
You looking at Zillow?
Familiar with what that is a picture of?
These are the shoes that
The New York Post
were on Miss
article
Maggie at the
about it.
time.
I was looking at the New
believe
York
they're,
Post article.
Crap.
crime scene or autopsy photos from afterwards.
Spanning 5,200 square feet, the custom-built residence is built of 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bedrooms. Capacity for 15 people. It features productive pine plantations, open fields, and mature stands of mixed pine and hardwood.
See, I wonder if you could pull up one of these photos. Like there's a big zoomed out photo that shows like the hangar and the kennels. I wonder if we could pull that up because we can't see the evidence that they're talking about. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah, I know. It's driving me a little bit nuts, too. I can replace one for one, but I don't think I can add additional things.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to replace anything because you've got the 3 best views.
Well, that's not true because the best views are clock, seal,
Car operated by Mr.
Chandelier.
Murdaugh that night, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are those headlines directly aligned with where Paul's body would have been laid?
Yes, sir.
And from this perspective, where was Maggie's body located?
Close to the front of the Green Ranger to the left of the vehicle.
And from which direction did Mr. Murdaugh indicate he drove to the scene from? Which direction would that have come from?
Bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you're seeing now.
Oh yeah. Oh, apparently it's under contract.
No.
I think we're not going to get it.
Just trying to think about what happened at that property. Ugh.
That's got to be good for a discount, right?
Yeah, you would think so. He has lost a ton of weight in his time
Chapman, I'm just
waiting for this
asking you to
trial.
Identify just very quickly. These are stills.
I'll post the link in the chat for those of you who want to check out the visuals. So
Video
at least
feed, what does that
at least
show?
you guys can look at something while you're also looking
That's
at this.
the dirt road between the hangar and the dog kennels.
Okay, that would be State's Exhibit 192. This is State's Exhibit 191. And what does that show?
That's the, like we said, a cleaning shed, processing shed for animals, had a walk-in freezer, floor with a drain in it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 190. What is that image of?
Looks like the area, the first 2 kennels closest to the
Does that reflect the 2 kennels with the 2 dogs on either side closest to the feed room?
closest to the feed room.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 189.
That's the,
Is that another close-up of the water?
that's
Of the scene?
close up of the water just outside the feed room.
And I'm referring to the pictures we just reviewed. This would be State's Exhibit 193. Is that where you physically walked with Detective Rutland?
It is, sir.
And to be clear, when you observed the footsteps in the sand there, were they the only footsteps present?
There was only one style of shoe impression when we first observed that went from one side of the hangar to the other and back. And it was that smooth style shoe impression.
And you say there and back, does that mean the footprints to you indicated they had walked one direction and then walked the opposite direction back? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We weren't able to tell at which side they entered initially, but they walked completely from one side of the hangar all the way underneath the lean-to the other side of the hangar, or turn around and come back.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Describe the types of treads we're seeing in this picture, if you could.
Certainly. If you remember, I stated earlier that after locating the shoe impressions, Detective Rutland let me know that the impressions were there. I went over, we checked both sides and realized that they ran what we could tell with a flashlight from one side to the other. So we made a decision to walk straight through, keeping the shoe impressions that we were concerned about in between ourselves and the wall of the hangar structure, never crossing those actual shoe impressions. We went from one end to the other, just to see if they were joined by any other shoe impressions, if there was any blood, if there were any weapons, so forth. We made one trip down and back, and we did not locate anything.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195. Would that be a close-up of these impressions that you observed?
It is, sir.
And specifically, the items
by Detective Rutland and pointed out to myself, the ones with the shoe impressions with the actual designs that would be left of those in this photograph, those are myself and Detective Rutland.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I don't know. We're back, right?
We're back. Okay, great. Thanks.
I'm going to move to publish what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 196 and 197. These are images of sensitive nature, have the cover sheet. I've advised counsel and our table to obscure the monitors. Showing you what's
Interesting
been
that they're
marked
preventing
and
even the
evidence
gallery
as
from
State's
seeing it.
Exhibit
That seems
196.
like a strange
Are
choice.
you familiar with what this is an image of?
What is he doing?
What
Is
does
he
it show?
rocking, or is he
That's
just...
the lower portion of victim Maggie's body.
And specifically referring to the lower portion of her body, but her footwear. Are these the footwear that you observed on her that evening?
Those are the
Motion, got it.
They appear to be an accurate reflection of what she was wearing the night I was there.
Were you able to compare those, the general size and shape of those foot treads to the ones that you personally observed on the side of that hanger?
General impression, they are similar in nature and design and size. There were no measurements physically taken by myself or Detective Rutland.
Thank you. I'm publishing what's been marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 197. And this is a
Look at
similar
the dude
photograph.
behind him, just
with
like
a
stretching
slightly
his
different
neck.
angle. Is that the same treads and same footwear that you observed previously?
Again, what we believe that what we saw on the side of the building is a very close match as far as design and size as to those.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with that? I know you already described it.
You're using a box lid to block them on,
Again,
or
those
Rob?
were the shoes that were removed from
Are they
victim
really?
Maggie's
Mhm.
body at the scene, and the ones that we were visibly comparing the shoe impressions to.
Thank you. Okay. You can turn the lights on. Just get out of your way.
Why are these
Did you at
footprints
one
important?
point
Google Maps has
have
this
a
thing
fee on the
flagged as just
lookout or
Murdaugh
a
House
placed
Historic
on any
Landmark.
particular vehicle that night?
Yes, sir. I believe I explained earlier that we had asked if anything was missing from the scene and trying to determine how Maggie and Paul got to the dog kennels. And after checking the F-150 that was in the picture that showed you earlier, the dark colored F-150, and that the Ranger had a flat tire, neither one of those matched up. I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he knew how they got down there, and he said he wasn't sure, but they should have driven Paul's truck, which was described as a white Ford F-250. We noticed that the truck wasn't there. It wasn't up until that point that Mr. Murdaugh, probably with everything going on, did not realize the truck wasn't there. And at that point in time, to our units at our agency, it was boloed out as possibly having been taken from the scene or removed from the scene.
Court
And
TV,
what
fix your
happened?
white balance.
Were you able to locate the car eventually?
That was done sometime that night while we were on scene the very following morning, and I would have to look back at notes to tell you exactly, but I believe it was around 10:30, 10:45. the next morning. That vehicle was located just inside Hampton County off of Highway 63.
Captain Chapman, referring back to the tire tracks, I know you spent some effort trying to identify the source and origin of those tire tracks. When you were attempting to investigate those tire tracks with Detective Rutland, did you have a chance to then observe Mr. Murdaugh's demeanor?
Yes, sir. And we discussed, there were changes at the time.
What kind of changes?
Again, he did appear very upset, heavy breathing, distraught. When we asked the specific questions in regards to the tire impressions and we began looking at the tire impressions, it was just a change. The breathing slowed and he began to watch us work more closely, sometimes out the corner of his eye. And after we moved away from that area with the tire impressions, the demeanor change returned back to upset.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Really? We're trying to get guilt because when you looked at one part of the property, he looked with a little bit more care. So, like, he was concerned about what you were finding. Okay. We're using
Look
the
questions from the state. Thank you.
Now. That's good.
Look at the distance between the house and where these bodies are found. He's not kidding when it's like it's a hike. If this was in the evening, this is a long way to be away from the house. I will say this officer, this is he statey? Is he SLED?
No, it's Colton County Sheriff's Office. I don't know if you can see it on screen. But I have, his name is Jason.
Oh, got it, Jason.
Colton County Sheriff's
Met
Office.
before.
No, sir.
I represent Alex Murdaugh. And let me ask you a couple questions. One, and let me deal with these in a different order.
Sure.
But you indicated that if Mr. Murdaugh had taken the pulse of tried to take the pulse of his dead son on his neck, or his wrists were under him, did he indicate to you he had tried to roll his son over?
To me, no, sir.
Okay.
He did not.
Okay, tried to move him at all. Secondly, if he did get blood on his fingers or hands, were you aware that there was blood found on his shorts?
I was not, sir. Again, I was asked only about my visible observations and just did not see anything at the time.
Right, nothing on his shirt that
No,
would
sir.
indicate. Okay.
And I was unaware that anything was found.
But you're not saying that you didn't see anything that would confirm, but he didn't smear
That's
blood on
correct.
himself. Right.
That is correct.
But you're not saying that you have evidence he didn't try to check the pulse of his dead son?
I am not. No, sir.
Okay. So, and I think you indicated that his demeanor was consistent with somebody who had just found his wife and son butchered.
His demeanor upon my arrival and initial conversation with him was someone who was upset.
Okay, now let's talk. Just a moment ago, you said something about when you started looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
It was a change of demeanor, yes, sir.
Well, a change of demeanor that perhaps he thought you had some evidence that would point to the killer of his wife and child.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Are you asking me if that was the change?
Was the demeanor consistent with that?
It was simply a change in demeanor.
Right.
And could it be?
Yes.
Sure, it absolutely could be. It was just a noted change in demeanor.
His interest
Exactly.
perked up. Right.
Yes, sir.
You were over there looking at tire tracks, and perhaps you had discovered a different car or a different tire track, and did you follow all those tire tracks?
We attempted to follow out everything we could. As I mentioned earlier, it was just impressions, dew impressions, wet impressions, not actual tracks.
Did you take pictures?
By the time that we did that, the rain started and SLED's crime scene was arrived. Again, we were rushing against the weather. The images, I believe we discussed earlier, were the only ones captured by body cam.
Right.
And
it's the body cam is not.
our focus at the time was to secure the largest items of evidence that were identifiable to make sure that the weather didn't damage them. And by that time, SLED's team was on scene.
Okay, and now there was two other sets of tracks, one of them coming out of the shed, and I believe your notes indicate that was the caretaker or the caretakers. Now, was that the caretaker that took care of the dogs or somebody else?
There was a set of tire tracks or impressions that went through the dirt underneath the hangar,
Right.
lean-to. Initially, we didn't know whose they were, what vehicle had left those tracks. In the drone footage, you can actually see the agent still processing those. Believe that later, I was told that they matched the tire tracks of someone that came to take care of the dogs.
Okay. Now, we heard from the fire chief a little while ago. Were you here in the courtroom when he
No,
testified?
sir, I was not.
Okay. He indicated that there were, on the road that led out to the Moselle Highway, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
You know, could we put the drone? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. You do that?
So again, weather is a factor here, which goes a lot to like why they're doing things in a particular way, because they're doing things in haste. And of course, the weather comes in and destroys evidence.
Overview of the house and kennel.
I think I like this second. Well, no, go ahead and give me the first one. It may be in there. Okay, so were you informed that the chief of police had found some tire tracks on the road leading in or out to the Moselle Highway behind? And if you look at the screen, this road where the cars are parked on either side of the road, that is that road, correct?
For clarification, the chief of the fire department or chief of the police department?
I'm sorry, chief of the fire department.
Just want to make sure I was answering correctly, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I was not made aware by Chief McRoy of anything back there, but it doesn't mean that he didn't see something.
He apparently informed your deputies of that. They never communicated that to you?
I was not made aware of any tire impressions of potential evidence down that driveway.
And I think Sergeant Green?
Yes, sir.
Indicated that it was communicated to him by the fire chief. Were you aware of that?
I was not, sir.
Until I just said it, you were not aware of that?
I was not made aware of anything that they believe was a possible extension of the scene that went down that driveway. No, sir, I wasn't.
If the fire chief had seen, and he was testified he saw distinct tire tracks on that road, he thought it had some evidentiary value. He's not a police officer. Had you been made aware of them, would you have taken photographs, or I guess they don't use plaster casts anymore.
We still do. Yes, sir. I would have done my best to preserve it, whether that meant photographic form or protection by other means from the approach and weather. I would have.
Okay, so go ahead and let that run for a minute. I may want to stop it and deal with another issue.
Thank you again for the 400 of you who are here. We do appreciate everyone who's here and
Okay, stop it right there.
joining us for these trials.
Now, if you'll watch where I'm pointing to.
Yes, sir.
These are that's the dog shed right there, right?
That is correct, sir.
And right around in here would have been where Paul's body was.
Close to the end of that structure,
Right.
yes, sir.
And Maggie's body would have been on which side of Alex's car?
The end of the red roof on the driver's side.
Right. Now, are you aware that he discovered the bodies, called 911, drove back up to the house, and then came back down.
From listening to his statement and from the 911 call, I was aware of it.
And
Yes,
y'all, I mean, he went and got a shotgun, came back.
Yes, sir.
And the shotgun was there, which sort of corroborates his statement, right?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir, that Sergeant Green took the shotgun from him upon his arrival and secured it.
And you can also hear the seatbelt going on as he drives away, can you not?
You can hear that in the background of the 911 call.
Right. So this is where he came back, not necessarily when he pulled up to begin with, correct?
My understanding, that is the way the vehicle was when he returned, and the initial officers arrived on scene.
Right. So you don't know where the car was positioned. We first came down and discovered Maggie's body and Paul's body, correct?
My knowledge to it would be limited to his description of having taken a very similar route back to the house.
Right.
But close, but not exact, yes, sir.
Now, what is this green hedge or whatever?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a grapevine, but the structure on the other side of it, a chicken coop.
Okay. And you remember how tall that grapevine was?
I don't know exactly, but looking at the image, it's fairly tall.
10 feet?
Did you try getting evidence from the
I would say
grapevine?
at least.
At least.
Did you ask it questions?
Yeah.
Looking down this way, there's some pine trees between this area and the house.
There are, sir.
And then there's, if you're trying to look at the
Grapevine and chicken involved in a
dog
conspiracy.
pens, there's obviously a 10-foot at least.
Did you hear it through the grapevine?
Yeah, that was where I was going with that,
What'd you
yes.
call it?
I know.
The kennels,
No,
I
the
felt it.
vine.
It was good.
grapevines,
Grapevine,
yes, sir.
10 feet tall. So you could not see from the house the dog kennel because of the pine trees and the grapevine, correct?
I would venture to say you could not see the position of Paul or Maggie's body from the house
At night,
at night.
right. And this is not a well-lit area down there, is it?
I don't recall it being extremely well lit, no, sir. There was some artificial light, but I wouldn't call it extremely well lit.
Okay.
Thank you, Spiritual
So-
Healer, for the 10 gift memberships. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Go ahead and continue running the video, please. And this was on the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keep going.
I appreciate the multiple camera angles.
Look, there's no one there.
Okay, stop. That black truck, whose black truck is that?
That's the vehicle that we checked that evening that I believe was titled as a farm truck, just around the farm truck.
And is that the one you checked to see if it had been driven lately?
That's the one that Detective Rutland and I looked to see if those wet tire impressions matched up to the position of that vehicle when we arrived. Those particular impressions did not, and the vehicle was not warm to the touch.
Okay, but that would have been the previous night?
The night of the incident, when
Right.
we arrived, yes, sir.
The night prior to this. But that could Paul have driven that truck down there?
It would depend on what time he drove the truck down there, but the impressions that we were looking at, that we referenced when asked earlier by the Assistant Attorney General, they did not come to
They
the
did
back
not
of
come
that
from that.
vehicle. They didn't come from that vehicle. Did he drive that vehicle to the scene? I can't tell you that, yes or no, but the impressions that she and I were looking at did not match the position of that vehicle.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But Paul earlier could have driven that down there.
He could. It's very feasible he could have driven anything out there that night, or earlier in that day, but just not that vehicle for those particular set of impressions.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
I appreciate the deputy being neutral
Back that up.
in his testimony.
Yeah. Just the facts, man.
Yeah, and I do not hate this delivery at all. Like, yes, it's dry, but it's not slanted.
Back it up a little bit more. Back it up. Okay, let it run. Now, stop. So the tracks that you found from the caretaker, where were they?
In the image that you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, they would have been to the right of the open door in the center, underneath that large lean-to section. So the right
Could
side
you come
of
down here and point it out for me?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. This section, you can actually see the agent's feet there where she's still actually processing.
Okay. Were there any other tire tracks?
So they do a voice recording for the
Any
court
other
reporter.
tire tracks? Go ahead and take
That's
it.
interesting.
That y'all processed other than those tire tracks?
To my knowledge, that was the only set that they actually, I believe the only set that they actually processed. By then, the only one left that wasn't damaged by weather as well.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what that is. She's the court reporter, and so
Stop.
she's saying
So,
what she's
and this
hearing into that
road
thing to record
here
it.
Oh, does she
goes
have the
out
duck
to
mask?
Moselle Highway, right?
Yeah.
If you were to take the right T there
Yep.
by the silver trucks,
Yep.
if you took the right, that would go out to Moselle Road. The left just loops around the airplane hangar.
Okay.
How many people live in the county? About 35,000.
And if the fire chief had indicated
So
there
small.
were tire impressions back here in the dirt, you would have taken pictures or gotten plastic ass or something, right?
If I had been made aware that there was something there that someone thought may possibly be evidence, I would have done my best to secure it, but I was not made aware of any of that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Keep going. Okay, I'm done with this one. Can you put the other one up, please? That's the main house, the white building there.
Yes, sir. The Murdaugh residence.
Keep going. Well, that's running. You would come down that driveway, take a left at that road, stop. And that if you kept going straight, you'd hit the Moselle Highway, right?
If you continued straight out the driveway with the planted trees on either side, that would be a separate entrance from the farm entrance.
Right.
It would have been the main entrance to the residence itself, off of Moselle Road.
Right, the main entrance to come to the residence.
That's correct.
If you're going to the residence, you'd come in that entrance.
That is
If
correct.
you're going down to the dog pens, that area, the farm area, you take the entrance with the
I would assume so.
the post office box on it. Okay. Go ahead. And so that's actually all I need out of that. Thank you. Let me ask you a few more questions. If I could see. The photos of the footwear, I think the flip-flops or whatever. In one of your reports, you described that as it looked to you like someone had been pacing. Is that correct?
I did describe it as pacing, I believe.
Is that accurate?
Simply because it goes down, turns around, and comes back. It doesn't appear to veer off anywhere in between. And there's nothing, it doesn't start anywhere in particular. It goes all the way across, turns around, and comes all the way back.
Okay, and the pictures that, and I'm going to look at them here. Could I have those? The pictures that were put into evidence a moment ago. Can I use the Elmo, please?
It's kind of the first time he's gotten evasive with a question.
Right. Okay. I can't see this. Huh.
Do you need a flashlight, counsel?
Is that more? So there's two. No, let me see. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
They make these little eyeglasses that have like lights on them. Do you need those?
This is 195. See, are there other pictures in Yeah, no, this will be. So as we see in this picture,
Oh, there we go. Holy crap.
yeah, that's good.
That thing lit up.
We see these flat marks, right? That would be the flip-flops?
The impressions we were following, yes, sir.
Yes.
Hashtag
So,
flip-flop gate.
They're like right here and here and here.
Are you sure
and-
they're
and in some
flip-flops? Maybe they were
instances,
Crocs.
These look like,
Do you think they were maybe Converses?
actually, we blew one up and it's got an REI symbol in the middle of them. And they're, in at least one instance, over the flip-flop. Who's that?
The only prints that I'm aware of that we could see that night without blowing anything up was the image of the flat shoe wear that you see, and then what Detective Rutland and myself were wearing when we crossed through.
Well, were you wearing, that's fine, but, I mean, is this y'all? Would you have walked over there or here?
Presumably so, because those images weren't there prior to us walking through. I don't remember exactly what shoe style Detective Rutland was wearing and myself, but
They weren't flip-flops.
So, let me put this one up. Like this, okay. Again, you can see the pattern of flip-flops, but you also see these patterned boots or shoes over the flip-flops. Are you telling me those were not there the night before, or you couldn't see them?
no, sir. What I'm telling you is when Detective Rutland and I first observed those impressions, it was nothing but a smooth, small, flip-flop style impression. Went down from one end, all crossed underneath the hanger, all the way to the other, turned around and came back, which is the reason that I referenced it as being a pace. Had it simply crossed underneath, I would have just said crossed underneath. But those were the only impressions. Then she and I walked down the shed, keeping those shoe impressions between us and the wall without stepping on them.
So those are not, I'm sorry.
But we did not photograph them. That information from that point was relayed to crime scene because we had not done any photographs at all at that point. We were waiting on crime scene. So anything else that came through after that would presumably be crime scene that would have come and taken a look at the impressions, not us.
I'm trying to get two issues. First issue,
Certainly.
were those patterned shoe prints there the night before when you walked through?
The only print there were the flat, smooth ones.
So those, I'm not trying to belabor it.
I'm sorry.
So those pattern prints came after you saw them the night before?
Think you finished
Correct. The
Chris?
only impressions were the flat snow.
Okay. And you left and turned it over to SLED to process the scene?
While we were there, again, that was at some point in time while we were there that evening. I didn't leave until like 10 o'clock the next morning. At some point in time, that information was relayed so that they could photograph it. And I don't know whose prints those are. I would assume that they would have been agents that came down behind us and photographed or collected or did whatever.
So we were talking about crime scene integrity earlier.
Yes, sir.
Those aren't your footprints, correct?
The ones that are, there is a set that would be myself and Detective Rutledge, but they're not going to cross over any of them.
The
That's
prints that
correct.
cross over, they're not your prints.
No, sir. If it crossed over one of theirs, it's not mine.
Okay. Who took this picture, do you know?
I do not know.
But it was taken, you think, the next day?
It was taken relatively soon afterwards because it still shows the smooth prints. So
How do
it
we
was
not
either
know
taken
these answers?
upon daylight, because again, we didn't leave until like 10 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't actually know.
So is this best practices to walk over evidence before you photograph it?
Can't say that because it wasn't myself or my detective that did that.
Someone did a
I'm
fuck
just
up.
saying, you
If they were doing so while processing or while collecting, then and inadvertently stepped on one, it's okay because they have other ones to use. But, I'm sure.
Sure,
that
why not?
What?
You would have to
It's
probably
okay
ask the
if they
person
stepped
that
over
stepped
some of the
on
street
them and
prints
took
because
the
there were other ones they
If
didn't
one
step
of your
over. So
detectives had done that,
that's not a
you
problem
would not be
anyway.
happy,
I
correct?
wouldn't be happy, no, sir.
Okay.
Not unless it was done after it was processed and for a reason.
No, you wouldn't be happy. That's the
This
answer.
is these are the crime scene photographs taken by, we think, SLED.
Are you saying SLED fucked up?
Or Solicitor Duffy
Well,
Stone.
there's a
took some pictures
concept
the
I've never
next
heard
day.
before.
One of some agency other than yours, but certainly nobody ought to be walking across this stuff, right?
No, again, like I said, they weren't like that when we were there, sir.
Let me then go to one of the other pictures you were showing a moment ago. This water,
Yes, sir.
these pictures taken of the water, do you know when they were taken? I'm sorry. 189, 190. Do you know when they were taken?
I know they were taking that evening, sir, but I'm not sure if you're looking at stills off of a body cam or an actual crime scene photograph. So I don't know exactly when, but they were taken that evening, obviously.
In this picture right here, water seems to be coming from the pen, right? From the dog pen?
It appears so, yes, sir.
And there's two full two full pails of water there for the dogs, right?
In the picture, absolutely.
Okay. And then there's some additional water in, and this is 189, that I'm not quite sure where that is, but that's consistent with the water you saw that night, right?
Yeah, the water that I saw that night, and it was captured very well on Sergeant Green's body-worn camera, came out of the first two kennels.
Right.
Traveled down a short distance and then over to where, at the time, Paul's body was laid.
So the water that was around Paul came out of the kennels, correct?
I don't know if that's where it came from, but it did come from that direction. And I did not see a hose or a jug or anything else, but it did tail from those first two kennels down to where Paul's body was.
Okay. Now, let me, this is an item under seal.
Is
196.
that lady behind him doing her makeup? Please tell me I just saw her putting on lipstick in the middle of court. Come on, people. Maybe she was just grabbing her face or something, but man.
Keep going. Okay, stop. No, this word, take it back down. Okay, a little bit more. Take it back down a little bit more. Okay, stop. This was introduced to show what shoes she had on, right?
Previously,
Yes.
yes, sir, it was.
Now, on the back of her leg, right here, did you that night look at that dirt?
I did.
Did you see a footwear impression, partial footwear impression in that dirt?
I saw what could very well be a impression.
As if somebody put their foot on the back of her leg.
It was something out of mud that very well could have been a shoe impression.
On the back of her leg.
On the
As
back
if
of her
They put
leg.
their foot on the back of her leg. Do you know what analysis, if any, was done by SLED or any other law enforcement agency to determine if that was a shoe impression, and if so, what kind of shoe? Do you know?
I do not know, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, the underlighting is kind of unfortunate. It looks
Turn
like
the lights
Emperor
on, and
Palpatine
I'll
right
turn-
now.
I'll turn this off like that. Okay, okay.
Fade to black. And scene. Oh, that is obnoxious.
So, let me ask you, I got just a couple more questions, maybe.
Sure.
Come on, white balance.
So,
This is it's obnoxiously bright.
They don't have the camera skills we have over here.
No, apparently not. And apparently someone is using a multi-tool in that courtroom just to hear me.
okay,
There we
so
go.
when you left that night for that early the next morning, had you come to a conclusion as to any suspect?
Had I come, no, sir.
Okay, are you aware that the next day, the next morning, that your department issued a statement that said, misquote, at this time, there is no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we immediately notify the public. Are you aware of that?
The Colleton County Sheriff's Office issued that.
Carlton County Sheriff's Department, yes.
I'm unaware, no, sir.
Let me hand this article up to you.
Article or statement?
Non-objection, I haven't seen this. I'm not familiar with anything council's referencing.
Let's stand for a moment.
Yeah, do some jumping jacks, people.
Did I miss it where they said that someone stepped on Maggie? That happened?
There was a suggestion on that. Where someone stepped on her leg, or stepped
that's
close to her leg.
That's just great work.
I am so confused about how this scene was processed, why this sheriff is testifying to that scope. Like, you do not want this to be your very first witness that doesn't have all the answers to the scene itself.
Also, I just don't know why I really care about any of these details. What are you trying to tell me? Okay, there were some footprints that maybe were from a sandal. Okay. How long had they been there?
The fact that he didn't know.
Okay.
That was
How would
that
you
was
know?
a problem to me. Well, were they there when they first took over the scene? How do we know that? Do we not know that?
Were they there a year ago?
Question posed was whether he was familiar with the statement made. He said no. The media article contains all sorts of information not in the record and
I
not.
haven't heard any exhibit being offered into evidence.
Your Honor, I offer into evidence
Okay, now
Post and Courier story,
Fair
June
enough.
8th, the next morning, 2021, which contains the quote, which I've just read.
He indicates he's not familiar with that.
So, was there a danger to the public the next morning? Were you afraid some serial killer was out there with a shotgun, AR type weapon?
I can't effectively answer whether or not there's a danger to the public when I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. I am fairly certain that statement wasn't issued by us, and the reason I can state that is because we were not primary, and it is a big no-no for us to issue anything when we're not the primary body. So where that information came from, I'm unaware, and it was never asked for me to approve to send to the sheriff. It would have never came from us.
Okay, if that such statement had run, as it did in the Post-Courier on the 8th, would the sheriff's department have pushed back on that and said that's not accurate? There'd be a subsequent story I haven't seen?
I wouldn't have, I can't state that. The only thing I could tell you that when I left that morning, I didn't have any information that proved one thing or the other.
So when you left that morning, was Alex Murdaugh a suspect in the killing of his wife and son?
When I left that morning, I wasn't the primary investigator.
Who was?
That would have been SLED.
Of course it was. Of course it was.
The whole case went to SLED.
The whole case went to SLED. We were an assisting body.
Well, we're all
You were never
fucked, guys.
consulted after that by SLED.
We're all
I was
fucked.
not consulted in the sense that anything was provided to me. We have assisted. I have stored vehicles. I have stored property for them. I have stood by while they executed search warrants. But it was not in a manner in which the information or knowledge they had on the case was shared with me. It was the exact opposite.
On the night of the murders,
I have stood by while SLED
executed
executed.
a search warrant
We did, sir.
for all the property, the house, all of it,
It was obtained for the entire 1,700 acre property,
including the house.
including the house.
And was that executed?
It was executed beginning at the dog kennels at the primary scene.
But did you go to the house?
I did not.
Did your department?
We did not.
Who actually executed the search warrant?
The search warrant was provided that evening to crime scene, which is standard protocol. When they come, they're going to ask for it. We have to show it. SLED's crime scene.
Okay.
It was given to them.
Good.
And we stayed, myself and several of my detectives. Several were sent home so they could come in the next morning. And we stayed and assisted. I didn't leave till 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning.
Did you go in the residence?
But no, sir. The drone footage that you saw was the last thing I did at that scene that morning, and then I left and went home.
What about that night? When was the search warrant executed that night?
After that incident there, or that search warrant was executed, I did come back later that day and did a walk around of the property that we've been discussing all afternoon.
Right.
I have never been to the main house.
Never been in it.
I have not been in the main house. Not during this incident or any other incident.
Did someone from your department go in the main house?
Not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't have been, not as an investigator. Let's put that. None of my detectives went over there under my direction.
So you gave the search warrant to SLED, to crime scene people.
Yes, sir.
That gave them the authority to go in the house, correct? Yes, sir.
It gave them, it was signed off on to cover the 1,700 acres.
Right, but I'm specifically talking about the residence.
Any structure on
Any
that.
structure.
Any
They could have
structure.
gone in the residence. They could have taken all his clothes to check if they wanted, right?
They could have. I don't know that they didn't.
Well, we're going to talk about that later on. They could have. You're familiar with trace evidence. Many cases where they check showers or sinks to see if there's trace evidence of blood, right?
Am I? Yes, sir.
Yes. And do you know whether they did that or not?
I do not. Again.
Do you know that you can, with the appropriate technology, look at microscopic evidence, see whether it be blood or tissue, or if somebody tried to wash something, you can actually still, in a washed piece of clothing, detect blood or detect tissue, even after it's been washed. You aware of that?
Am I aware of that?
Long
Yes.
way to ask that
You know
question.
where the SLED did that?
I do not, again.
But they could have that night done all of those things under that search warrant.
Presumably so, and I'm not saying they didn't. Again, Mr. Harper.
But they could have. I'm not saying they didn't either. We're going to find out.
Sure.
But under the search warrant your department obtained, they had the authority to go
Totally
in the
different.
house, any of the buildings, anywhere on that property, and look for guns, evidence of any sort of crime, evidence of, again, in the shower, in the sinks, trace evidence. They had the authority to do that.
To answer your question, as long as they stay within the scope of the actual warrant that was signed, I don't have that search warrant, and Detective Rutland is the one that actually got it. If they stay within the scope of that search warrant, and they're only searching inside that scope, they had the ability to search structures, vehicles, only 1,700 acres, as long as they're within the scope.
We'll hear from Detective Rutland tomorrow,
Yes, sir.
and I'll ask her these questions.
Thank you, sir.
Why are,
You said that, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
okay, then why are you asking him?
Oh, why are you asking him?
The answer had better be no, they didn't do these things. Because if you ask the question and the answer is yes, you're going to look like one hell of an ass. I'm just saying. The answer had better be no when you ask whoever it is.
Yeah, especially when you tee it up. At the end of the day, the jury's all wanting to go home. They're going, why are you asking? He says he doesn't know.
Ooh, dark and mysterious.
Captain Chapman, the footsteps that you noticed, I know we've been through
What's
quite
happening?
a bit of it.
Where
Council
is
raised
everybody?
this issue.
Why is this hide and
The
seek?
path you followed, were they consistent with someone who, with the person who started back beyond this area? And then where did they go from there?
Is it consistent with someone who went behind the area? Where
I'm
did they
asking
go?
where they went.
What
Where
kind
did
of
they
hell
originate,
is
where did
that?
they go to, and where did they end?
You guys, this has gone off the rails. End court.
Thank you.
Just,
If you could, please explain to us where in your estimation, having traced the tracks, where they originated from, where they ultimately went to, and where they ended up.
The shoe impressions crossed completely from one side all the way to the other, with the building to the right, going down, coming back the opposite direction. The only reason I can say that we're fairly certain that it started from the grass side and went through, turned around, and came back is because we never saw any impressions similar to that running beyond the airport hangar on the back side.
In the location, where in reference to where these footprints ended, ultimately, and where Maggie's body is located. How did that line up? Describe that how they lined up.
If you take a step back from there, to the right of that image would have been, on the opposite side of the hangar door, would have been Maggie's body.
Referencing State's Exhibit 190. Captain Chapman, do you notice blood marks here in the water?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Did you observe blood marks in the water when you were there that evening?
Blood marks in the water?
Is this speculation?
What is a blood mark in the water?
Speculation as to what discoloration in the water, if there is any, is caused by.
What if any
why
discoloration?
are you
Lay the
highlighting
foundation,
it
Your Honor.
now?
Captain Chapman, were you familiar with the scene as this picture depicts?
Yes, sir.
Did you personally view what this picture depicts?
I did.
Are you familiar with the discoloration And did you observe the discoloration in this photograph on 2 different areas?
I did see that.
Was that discoloration, in your opinion, consistent?
Objection. He's not been qualified to give an opinion about this matter.
I didn't hear the complete question.
In your estimation, and
Your Honor, objection, and if he's going to pursue this frivolous line of questioning,
Oh,
I'd
shit.
ask the jury be excused. No evidence whatsoever.
Objection is overruled. Let's pose the question.
in your experience and observation, having observed the scene and all the matter that was there, were those lines in the water consistent with blood?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
I don't need to be thanked for any ruling.
Oh, damn.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm expressing my gratitude.
That was
is
in
improper.
response to his
I
last
appreciate
little
that.
Thank you, Your
outburst.
Honor. And I'll have just one last question and I understand the court's ruling. Captain Chapman, are the substance there that you identified as having observed, are they in a straight line? Are they in straight lines?
Yes.
Informative. Great.
By the way, this is an intimidation tactic right there. The attorney's standing up, like prepares for the objection.
Questions about blood from the record, and the jury be instructed to disregard those questions.
I've informed the jury that they're to disregard any question when I sustain the objection. They were previously instructed on that.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Your win. Sit down now. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No further
Great.
questions, Your Honor.
Any further
No, Your Honor.
cross-examination?
I love this
Thank
judge.
you, sir. You may step down. If you would turn the lights up, please. Ladies and
Jury,
gentlemen, we've
listen
come to the
this
end
about
of
the
this
color of the
day.
water.
Thank you all
We
very
don't
much.
want you to know this.
We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Please remember you're not to discuss the case with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it in your presence, nor are you to engage in any or be exposed to any other information other than what you have received in the courtroom and will receive in the courtroom. Have a good evening.
And then we're back to the spicy trifecta content. What is your opinion on the relationship between seal, clock, and chandelier?
I would like them to get that seal more centered in frame.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that chandelier is an interloper on the relationship between seal and clock?
It could be. This could be the case, or chandelier is mediating a dispute between the seal and the clock.
Mm. Well, we did note that there had been a dispute because seal has accused clock of changing.
Well, as time passes, things change.
Mm. But seal remains ever vigilant. Well, that's exciting and fun.
Anything else before we leave? All right, we're in recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
All right.
Dude, this judge, I love this judge. He completely gives 0 Fs. He is like, you are not going to disrupt my courtroom. Nope, my courtroom. I will. Oh God, this is fantastic.
No, I do like this judge, yeah, because he's like with emotions when they were squabbling among children. It's like, okay, you guys are talking about multiple different things, like one thing at a time, kids. And it's like, I've never heard of a motion in lemonade to bring in stuff, and it's like, but I wanna, and he's just like, no.
The judge has been fantastic, and like having them, because he gets up there and he does this big statement. If he's going to pursue this frivolous line of questioning in front of the jury, and that the judge is going, counsel, you are about 1 second away from getting your ass thrown out of this courtroom.
I don't have to be thanked for that. It's just my job. Yeah, okay. That's when you take your win and you sit down. It's like,
sit your butt down, because he let you get away with that one.
Yeah. I don't know why I care about any of this testimony so far, Rob. That is my overall thing. I don't know why I care about any of this testimony. It's not doing anything for me.
Why did it take this long?
I don't know.
So what did I miss from the morning? I didn't watch any of the morning's hearing.
So the entire testimony so far that we've heard was from two officers who were basically the first to arrive on scene, and we heard their respective dispatch calls to the scene. They arrive at the scene, and we heard from the 911 operators in both counties where this call was recorded. And now we've heard from this guy who was, I guess, the first guy to do something that could be viewed as investigative in some way. But there's no evidence that really points to, from so far, it's none of this evidence is doing anything for me. The 911 call that I heard sounds like a 911 call. It sounds like I mean, you know, I suppose I could pick it apart and maybe he's faking, but as was pointed out by the chat, if he's an actor, he's a much better actor than Amber Heard, which I know isn't much of a bar, but still, you know, it's like, they get to the scene and they point out that the scene isn't really secured really well, which, you know, again, it's a small county, limited number of people. The rain is coming in, apparently ready to destroy all evidence in sight anyway. Apparently they're stepping on footprints, and they discover a footprint that might have been left by a sandal. Why do I care? What does this mean? It's a sandal footprint. I don't know. Maybe someone was wearing a sandal there once. Was it this morning or was it a year ago? I don't know. What's it supposed to mean?
So my question is on the timing. Well, here's my question is on the timing, right? So he made the 911 call. When are they saying the shooting took place? What's the prosecution's theory on that? That he shot, ran back up to the house, cleaned himself off, and then made the call, or he made the call first and then went up to the house?
No, he wouldn't have had time if he made the call.
Wouldn't have had time.
He wouldn't have had time. I mean, would have 20 minutes because that's how long it took the police to show up. I mean, and you know how far this happened from the house. He wouldn't have time to get to the house and back and clean up all that blood and all that stuff. He wouldn't have time.
And where is all the blood? Where is all the blood?
Where is all the blood is a really good question.
And I was curious as to how quick they were on that. So has the judge made a ruling on the blood evidence? Because it seemed like that objection came real quick on the suggestion that that was blood in the image.
Well, this guy hasn't been certified as an expert, so he can't offer an opinion like that. So that's the problem. They didn't bring him in as an expert. So like, okay,
why is he testifying?
Well, he's talking about the things that he did. You know, this is what I did. I went there. I did these things. I took these steps. Sure, you're a fact witness. Now, is this blood? Opinion
is different. Yeah.
Is he able to offer an opinion? Now, if you don't qualify him, he's not. So the objection is perfectly proper. Now, he might very well be in a position to comment on it. Although I'm still not sure what blood marks in water means. Do you mean
that was
blood
weird
in water? Do you mean blood in water? Because what is a blood? How do you have a blood mark in water? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not. The state's case so far is doing F all for me. To the extent it is condemning of Alex Murdaugh. It is so mild, I can't be bothered to care at this point. I can only hope at some point it gets better and will point to inconsistency. That so far their best evidence they have basically is Alex Murdaugh is apparently overheard on the body camera saying, "I checked for a pulse," and no blood on him. So how did he check for a pulse and not get any blood on him? But then again, how did he do the close-up murders without getting blood on him?
That part,
an ever-present question.
That part, where did that happen? And I don't care if you're sitting there saying there's water there to clean off. Do you know how much blood that is based on what was described as far as the injury is concerned?
Yep.
I thought, I mean, when I heard the defense attorney making the comment during the motions argument about blowing his head, like literally blowing his head off, I thought it was a little bit hyperbolic. And then I'm actually listening to the description of the scene.
It's not.
It is not hyperbolic. This was gruesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So the state's theory of the case is he killed the son inside of a closet, I suppose a walk-in closet, but still blood everywhere, but apparently not so much on him. It goes out to the farm. It goes out to where his wife is, which she's away from the house for some reason, I guess. Goes out to kill her. No blood anywhere. and he has time to apparently dispose of one of the murder weapons, but not the other one, because they don't know where the rifle is. So, okay, what? And things don't make any sense. And, you know, if we're looking for people, if we were speculating into existence, other people that could have motive to do these things, well, his son, who is dead, himself did DUI boat and killed somebody. So I'm like, well, there's some motive. Alex Murdaugh stole $10 million from his clients. There's some motive. Alex Murdaugh was probably into some shady deals with shady people. Maybe he owed money to some shady people. Maybe they killed it out of revenge or as a warning message or whatever. There's some motive. So, like, if we're looking for alternative suspects in sort of speculation land, I can give you a couple off the top of my head. So, you know, and maybe that's one of the reasons Alex Murdaugh was acting this way, because, you know, maybe he had some inkling that things were coming this way because he had received some very viable threats from very shady people. Maybe he, in some sense, knew this was coming, and maybe he is acting the way he does because he does have something to hide, namely his shady business deals with the shady people who are out after him and his family and have already shown intent to kill. So, like, it's not like you can come up with stuff. Also, the state has jack all, and I'm not going to speculate into existence. You know, oh, he had, you know, oh, he disposed of the rifle. He threw it into the lake. He totally buried the clothes on the yard. That's what happened. I'm not going to speculate into evidence stuff that's going to condemn this man, because just no.
Well, the jury right now is going home with more questions than they had when they walked in.
Right.
Generally speaking, as the prosecutor, each and every day, you want the jury not to do that at the end of the day.
Right.
You want the jury going home at least having one or two answers on their hand. Now they know that there are two bodies. They know that Alex Murdaugh made the call. They heard the calls. They've had the opportunity to observe him while the testimony was taking place. And I don't know, he was him rocking back and forth with the description of his wife on the ground and the photographs of her, and then you can see him actually displaying emotion.
Yeah,
it didn't look fake to me. I don't know. I have more questions today than I did at any other point in time in this trial or this case leading up to it. So the state's got to plug some holes. I don't know.
Yeah, and also if you presume that he's innocent and he's coming upon the deceased wife of his family, then like his behavior that seems unreasonable becomes a lot more understandable. So he says, well, maybe I checked for a pulse. Well, maybe he just says it, you know, because he's in shock and he doesn't even know what he's saying. Or maybe at that moment he even believes it because he doesn't know what's going on. You know, or maybe he's in denial about the whole thing. There's so many possibilities. You know, if I came upon, you know, the deceased body of one of my relatives who'd just had their head blown off with a shotgun, I'm not sure my behavior would be rational or my actions rational, or things I would say would make sense. You know, I'm just guessing because I've never been in that experience. But I might say shit that doesn't make sense.
I'm not reading a lot into what he's saying in those calls or immediately after the calls. I really don't have a problem with that. Like, everyone responds differently to that. And I hate that we try to read into those reactions as much as we do, because I've seen any number of things. I've seen people go cold calculated because that's how they get through that moment. I've seen people go hysterical. You have no idea how they're going to react. But what I will tell you is the idea that this came straight out of a Grisham novel, after looking at pictures of this property, this is legitimately straight out of, like, this is a next John Grisham novel.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, for sure. And it involves dead chickens. And I mean, this is the only way it could become more Southern, is if the dead chickens' entrails were spattered around in a voodoo ritual. That's the only way this becomes more Southern at this point, because this is some Southern stuff that's happening. That's
low country. Yeah, that's some.
Yeah.
But
so I don't know what that, I don't really know what that's all about, to be to be quite honest. It's just so weird. And the state is just starting weak. And you hope it gets better, but why are you laying all this foundation? And also, I don't know if you heard the state's opening, but they telegraphed weakness. They spent a very long period of time talking about the law. And like, well, we mean reasonable doubt, which means it has to be a reasonable doubt. You know, you have to apply, and they spend a lot of time on it. They're telegraphing weakness. They're telegraphing that things are going, that they, you know, it's like, and right now I have so much reasonable. Well, I don't even have. I'm not strictly speaking sure that I strictly speaking even have reasonable doubt, because at the moment I don't really have any evidence against it. It's so all I have is the outrage of the bloody photographs of the dead people, and which, you know, but like, how am I tying this guy to that? I got nothing.
Now, am I right in understanding that the prosecutor in this case is not, he's primarily financial crimes prosecutions? That's his background?
I don't know that. You might well be right.
Because I think that there is a little bit of a discomfort that you can feel, at least the chief prosecutor in this one, in talking about some of this stuff. Because he did go through, he went through a lot of the jury instructions, or a lot of the the evidence burdens. Sorry, coughing.
No worries. You're good.
Evidence burden shifting, etc. And I don't know. Both of those openings left something to be wanted. I thought the defense attorney was all over the place. Didn't finish a thought. I thought the prosecutor was not as strong as he should have been in the opening statements. And they kind of both left you wanting more, or wanting to understand what the heck is going on. But then you come off of that and you want your first witness. I think I talked to you about this last night. You know, your first witness out of the gate, you want to be one of your strongest. You want them to lay the foundation. You want them to be there and to give something significant, so the jury latches on and listens to the next 3 or 4 witnesses you have, because you want that jury coming out of the gate thinking pretty strongly that the person they're looking at is guilty of this heinous crime.
Absolutely. And right now I don't feel that at all. I don't feel that
I feel
at all.
confused. I felt more sure. I felt more about his innocence or guilt prior to this trial beginning than I do now.
I feel that for sure. For sure. That's definitely not where you want me to be. The state's opened its mouth and I'm less convinced. That's not good.
I'm more convinced that the Chandelier committed these crimes.
I think the Chandelier is committing crimes. I think Clock and Seal are plotting against Chandelier. I think there are many issues involved here. And I think Molding is a witness to it all. And Molding will be the first witness.
I will say that I appreciate the characters involved in this case, namely the attorneys. That defense attorney, while he did have some unfortunate moments today, looking like Emperor Palpatine with the underlighting as he was standing at the podium. I think his delivery is fine. His questioning is fine. Prosecutor, I had no problem with. He was a little bit leady. I didn't really have an issue with how the questions were being asked. I thought he also got off on sidetracks, like get to the point, make the point, move on. You don't have to belabor it. And when he goes back and makes the comment directly, I'm not trying to belabor the point. Well, then stop asking the same damn question. We get it. Move on. But the judge right now is my favorite character in all of this.
Oh yeah, the judge is great. The judge is great. Based judge. This judge has no F's left to give. He left them all behind.
He really is awesome. I want a camera just shot up straight up at him so that I can just see him just sitting there, because he's just sitting there leaning back and rocking and just doing nothing at all. I want to sit on that porch with that man, drink sweet tea, and smoke a cigar, and just listen.
He has the best sweet tea. He's going to give you a sweet tea when you come up on his porch.
Probably has the best stories you could ever imagine too.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
The
courtroom is empty.
That's so surprising. Now, some people in chat were saying that because that area was reserved for like media and stuff, but then, or like other people, but then the question is like, why are those people not there? Because why are we reserving space for people who are not there? It's like, why do they what's that all about? But yeah, I mean, the courtroom's empty. So maybe this was going to be the trial of the century stuff with the food trucks. Got oversold. I don't know what it's all about.
I know that they're saying they're limiting people in there, but I mean, that's not just limitations. That's bare bones. That's nobody in that courtroom.
Right. And then also they're shielding the gallery from the gruesome photos, but which seems like a slightly odd choice. I mean, do you understand that?
I think that's based on they're trying to comply with the judge's ruling.
No, I understand that. I just don't understand why it's the judge's ruling. That was my point.
I really don't know. I get the privacy thing. I think the judge there wasn't an objection. There wasn't an objection to it. Now, in my mind, judges are supposed to be a little more against sealing. Even when an objection is not made, they're supposed to kind of resist the notion that anything should be sealed. So I was a little surprised, but again, do we really want to see those pictures? I don't want to see the gruesome pictures, but man, I could have benefited from seeing some of the damn pictures of knowing what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Labman 34 says, am I still going to court? I haven't decided yet. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to decide what the benefit would be for me going down there in person versus me just streaming, but I'm still contemplating it as a possibility. So maybe we'll see. Of course, if I do, I would need more finances to make that happen, but we'll see.
Who'd they say was going on first tomorrow?
I don't know. I'm not sure they did. If they did, it's past my attention.
Started with an R. I think it was the investigator, but either way.
Okay, so how do I ask an intelligent poll question of guilty or not guilty? Because like, I suppose I could have just asked it that way, but like, anyone who votes guilty at this point, I'm like, what are you talking about? So
just ask who had the better day today.
Okay, that's fair.
Prosecution or defense. Or who swayed in which direction did the needle sway for you? Prosecutor or defense?
I'll just ask who had the better day, and you guys can interpret that as which way the needle sway and other whatever version of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, if the answer is defense, that's not good for the prosecutor at all, because the prosecutor is supposed to be scoring points. You're not supposed to have points scored against you when it's your day.
Yeah, no. And like, I don't know why this information is important. They didn't set it up in the opening for why this information they're telling me about now was important. By the time we get to closing, I just don't know why. I just don't know why it matters. I don't know why. I suppose it matters in so much as we didn't see other footprints. So we didn't see other footprints from other people. So that taking away the idea of someone else is being there, is that the idea that we're going for? But okay. Yeah.
I mean, the defense's theory is that this is a two-man hit job. That there's a two-man hit team out there that committed this crime, that Murdaugh came upon it after the hitman team had been there. That's what they're suggesting. And you get those with the questions that I thought were very cleverly orchestrated in the moment to get the suggestion in the mind of the jury, even though it was kind of an impermissible suggestion. The flip-flopped assassin. I like that. That's a good, the flip-flopped assassin. Although it's the South, so they'd be probably wearing Crocs. I don't know. We'll see. So
someone said, what assassin would wear flip-flops? Florida man?
Yeah. Florida man drives to South Carolina to take care of the Murdaughs.
Yeah.
Whatever gets me past the description of that scene, I don't want to think about that scene anymore. That thing was.
Yeah. We could also pull up pictures of the property if I can remember where
I've got them.
Discuss that. Where's the listing?
There's the Post article, which has a lot of them.
I'll just do the Post article. That's fine.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at
a bunch of them.
Let's take a look at this property. Inside the 1,700-acre home now on sale. So this is the outside gates, the stone with the sort of cattle gate. That's where it leads to the public road. There's a picture of the house. There's their private pond. They got a little tree stand there you can see on the south side of the pond. You got a little tree stand there for hunting and stuff like that. So got that all set up. That's kind of cool. There's the family in much happier times, and there he is weighing quite a lot more. So this has been good. This has been good for the diet. So apparently best diet is jail diet.
Oh gosh. Terrible.
So there's the entranceway. There's the house on the property.
Yeah.
4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. Look how that house is big, but look how small it looks in the property.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's the house. Nice. There's the porch. That looks like a nice front porch. That looks like a nice place for sitting. A little guest cottage, apparently.
So this is the lean-to.
The lean-to
they were talking about. So you see there are the kennels behind that.
Yep.
And then this is that lean-to they were talking about.
Mm-hmm. There are 2 man-made waterfowl reservoirs planted with corn to attract birds, a 20-acre dove field with dead wire and perimeter fencing to minimize damage. Here is another picture of the property. Looks good. It boasts over 2.5 miles of river frontage, offering freshwater fishing, kayaking, and abundant deer, turkey, and waterfowl populations. So, kick ass for all the survivalists out there.
Yeah. So look how far that property is. So the road that goes off to the side, the tree stand. So those trees in the middle of that picture, flow over to where this is. This is where that scene is. They're talking about down here.
Mm-hmm.
That is a hike away from the main house.
That's for sure a hike away. The tract is composed of 1,700 acres and this private little pond that they've got going on there. 20-acre dove. There's the 20-acre dove field. So we got that going on. And there's another picture of the lake. So
1,100 square foot guest cottage on the property.
Yeah. But apparently it's under contract, so it is not available for LawTube House, which is very disappointing.
I wouldn't want to stay there.
Are you a superstitious person?
I don't know. Walking down to that shed, and being down there after dark, you're not questioning or wondering like a little bit, going, I know what happened here.
I think I can get over it.
And then the other question is, if to the extent that it is somebody else doing it, isn't Murdaugh on the property the entire time? Or was he off property? If he's on the property the whole time, I mean, you would assume that you would at least hear a vehicle on property, because that dove field right next to the house that's between you, the house, down to the kennels, that's open field. Sound's going to carry across that.
Mm-hmm.
So if something's happening, or if you hear a vehicle come on property, or if you hear gunshots, you're hearing them.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many questions about this case.
I do too. I am very unsatisfied right now in terms of the state's case. So I hope it's going to, get better at some point, because it's not really working for me right now at all. Yeah.
Just have to see what comes of this. The housekeeper was shot here too on this property.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we're not staying on this property. I don't care if you own the property. We're not staying on this property. That's 3 murders on this property.
Yeah.
He was Colonel Mustard with the candlestick.
You're very sweet, Rob. You're too pure for this world.
Hey, I don't deal with a lot of the murder stuff. I deal with evidence and presentation of evidence, but very gladly, I don't have to deal with a lot of dead bodies.
That's good news.
Yep.
So, I mean, we'll be on tomorrow. They said 9:30, right? So that's 8:30 my time. That was correct, right?
Yep.
All right. So
I'll try to jump on in the morning.
We scheduled that for tomorrow already, so that'll be good. And thank you very much for the 449 of you who are currently here to be here with us and spend time with us. That's really good. I'm glad to see the numbers are improving. I will take improvement. Improvement is good.
Yep.
And just remember that you can always help by helping to share this content, by sharing it, hitting the share button below, the YouTube button, or hitting the pinned comment and retweeting the things. Try to do all that good stuff. So what do you got coming up on your channel? You want to pimp anything?
It's Friday Night Frenzy tomorrow night. We're going to try and do that without coughing my way through it. So
will the Murdaughs be part of the Friday Night Frenzy?
I think the Murdaugh is going to have to be. There's too much going on, especially with tomorrow. I want to watch some of that opening statement again a little bit and go back to, after we've seen day 1 of testimony, I want to go back and re-critique that and kind of walk through that opening again. Like, this was the opening is a preview of what you're going to see. We've now seen what they essentially were previewing. I want to go back and be like, what else did you promise us and what can I expect?
The state promises weakness, so they've not under deliver. That's for sure.
State promises weakness. Yeah. So yeah, that's tomorrow night. And then we'll see. We're gonna go into the weekend. I'm gonna get some shop time in, so maybe I'll do a members only stream in the shop. That's been fun. I've really enjoyed that.
Excellent. That sounds fun. Well, we'll make sure to check that out. If you send me a link for if you schedule the Friday Night Frenzy in early enough before I end my afternoon stream, I'll be happy to redirect from my Friday to you. So
that'd be wonderful.
Yeah. So if you send me the link to that, I'll be happy to redirect because that sounds like a good thing to do.
I gotta get that set up. You got it.
Cool. Well, I'm going to sign off for now and have some more food and probably go to bed and stuff. I really appreciate everyone who's here. Remember to do all those YouTube things. I've been Uncivil Law. Till later, my friends. Cheers and goodbye. And stream.